It should be live now. Sorry, I'm a couple minutes late. See what's going down in this LingHe Cup. We should have Lix versus Ming. So open Twitch. Get everything on here. Open AOE2. Also, I should check. Is my webcam working? Let me check that. Say hello to everyone. Hello. Okay, that is working. Good. Quick check. We're good. And where are we at? Open the dashboard, and are they playing? Oh, I don't see them playing. Did I not miss anything? Oh, they're in the drafts. Perfect. I didn't miss anything. Late, but we're okay. So we'll check. Should be Lix on the left. Yep. This is Lix versus Ming. LingHe Cup. And it is the bracket quarters. That doesn't fit. I'll just put upper bracket quarters. LingHe Cup is in the titles. It is a best of 5. There's no logo I've seen for the tournament, so I'm still holding out for a logo to put on the overlay. So since we have just a draft, I'm just gonna do a quick ad on Twitch to get that out of the way. And there we are. So we're gonna have these games today, and then afterwards we're gonna do a sponsored segment. So I figured I'll throw that in afterwards, and I'll just do that on Twitch. Hello, XX Kali. Yes, indeed. Oh, we do have Stranded. Nice. So let's look at this map pool. We got Immersion, then Stranded, African Waters, Migration, and Land Madness. Lots of water, but kind of mixed in different ways. I think any map pool based on the Warlords map pool is just going to have tons and tons of hybrid maps. Hello HQ, how are you doing? So double Japanese and Italians picks. I wonder if we'll see them on the same maps or on different maps, but for hybrid water maps, that's what you usually expect. Then Persians, Chinese, no surprises there. Celts, very highly picked for African waters. Players like playing with them. Kind of surprised to see them over Goths still. Goths with that laming potential and longer lasting hunt still feel like maybe the best Civ, if not Mongols. I'm actually kind of surprised not to see Goths Mongols played on that map as much. I think the eco boost you get there is amazing. Maybe it's just a skirmisher problem, where if you're only making skirmishers, then the eco boost isn't as powerful. You see, Byzantine's banned, so our skirmisher civs are banned. Also, the Khitan's banned. Armenian's double banned. Yeah, we kind of get to that point where there are so many civs banned that, like, you never have to play, like, bad or suboptimal civs on the maps. Good morning, Risen Not Rising. Alright, looks like got to start game one. Game one will be on Immersion. I could maybe adjust the draft so that there's no gap in between, but that's probably more trouble than it's worth. Play some Age of Skirms. Hello, Martian. So I'm going to cast these two sets, then we'll do some community games afterwards. And with the community games, we're also going to have the sponsored segment. These players are hopefully getting ready to launch. Still see them directly in the lobby. Alright, so they're launching. Did the game launch? Okay, that's weird. When I open the dashboard in Firefox, it doesn't auto launch. I'll have to keep using it in Chrome. Here's Immersion. Alright. So who's ready for some Age of Empires this morning? This is my wake up morning routine these days, casting the LingHe Cup. 8 a.m. every day. It's refreshing, it's like coffee. Alright, we'll have a spec delay, and, well, both players picked Italians and Japanese, but for Immersion, we have maybe differences in opinion on which civ goes on which map. Lix will be going for the Japanese, and Ming will be going for the Italians, so I imagine they'll swap civs for migration. Then Persians, Chinese will be stranded. I don't know what Ming's going to play on African waters, though. That's going to be a bit different. Maybe he'll have something with Magyar as planned. At least we'll see something a bit different than what we've been seeing all these games. go. Okay, so welcome to our next part of the quarterfinals of the LingHe Cup. We will have LingHe playing as the red Japanese and Ming playing as the blue Italians. The map will be Immersion. And both of them picked Japanese and Italians with the first two picks on their Civ draft, so likely going to see the Civ matchup swapped, maybe on migration later in the match. 5 on wood immediately from Ming, as he's taking that, what is that turkey under his TC. Turkeys and rhinos, do they inhabit the same habitats? Because turkeys are, in AoE 2 terms, South American, and rhinos are African. I don't know, maybe there are different types of turkeys around the world, or different types of rhinos. Yeah, I'll same thing with the trees. Supposed to be palm trees, those are on the desert. Rainforest trees, those are in Southeast Asia. Are there jungle trees in here? No, I guess these two can be mixed together. It's kind of bright and colorful. As much as this map is a hybrid map, Fire Galley small pond map. Oh, this makes me feel happy just looking how colorful and bright and cheerful it is. And the water too, these are some of the azure textures. They really brighten it up. Oh no, I just enjoyed looking at this map. So, deer are going to be pushed in there by LingHe. He's not going to go for the double deer push. So, 5 on wood also from LingHe. LingHe docking the outside, docking the very corner. And of course, this is LingHe, so you have to be thinking that LingHe is going to go forward with a forward villain, do a forward dock. Those just LingHe things, but he does that pretty much every game on a map that looks like this. I remember seeing El Dorado years ago where he'd do that every single game. Rawr, hello, Sir Baron, good morning. How are you doing? Oh, Baron, you want to play some community games later? And Ivy! Hello, this is the real T West. Hello, Ivy, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good morning, too. Kami games? Yes, Kami games. What kind? Depends on how many people we have. And what the people want to play. You're sleepy? That happens to me in the mornings, too. Also sometimes in the afternoons and in the evenings. Never in the middle of the night, though. Never when I'm trying to sleep. So, deer will be pushed in. We'll have the faster working fishing ships for the Japanese and the cheaper fishing ships for the Italians. Added in for the pawns in the back. And Loom is there on the way for LingHe. Always sleepy with the baby at Worth Heavy Yarn. Aw. I'll have to see how Viper held up over his vacation. I know they went on a big road trip. Oh, look at that, look at that. Oh no. And the unfortunate scouting there for LingHe. 2 tiles away from scouting those turkeys, but doesn't find them. Might find them later when he goes to wall. Yeah, although he will be lamed, there's Ming. Doing some laming. He's gonna take them, he's taking them, he's not just giving them right back. So unfortunate there from LingHe. You know, that's something I think about. In my maps, usually I put a small avoid forest zone, just so that turkeys and whatnot don't get stuck in the forest like that. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Maybe that's something we should allow. Maybe I don't need to do that anymore with the require path, so they can be accessed by the TC. I used to have like an avoid forest because sometimes you'd have a forest with like a little hole in it, and they'd be stuck in the middle. Or you'd have like one of those, see if there's anything out here. Yeah, like a little tile like this. Imagine this were water and not shallow. But you have a tile like this and your sheep would spawn on top of it. And you wouldn't be able to access them. But now that I have require path, the new map scripting feature, then I might not need to do so much avoidance for those things. Might be able to allow a bit more leeway and randomness with them. So scout fight, intense scout fight here. It looks like Lix is getting the extra HP, and he will be doing an archery range with the forward dock. So both players will dock the middle pond. And fishing ship opening there from Ming, so he must have been scouting and didn't see a dock. But there will now be a dock. And hello up, how are you doing? Archery range here from Ming, and archers on the way out. Also a very quick defensive tower. Fishing ships on the way out of the dock. And here we'll have more walls going up. And Lix will be fully walled. So kind of surprised to see Lix not going forward. Usually he's the player who will always go and try to dock right next to your enemy dock. Red walled in minute 9. Oh, this is a 9-minute start. Or a 9-villager start, right? So getting walled in, what, it's minute 11 or so. It's more like minute 13 and a half. I was muted or just not saying anything. Was I quiet for a second? Oh, do I have the background noise on in the game? The background music? Let me double check that. Okay, I do. Fire's gonna go hit the fishing ships. And good morning, Full Metal Zim. Now, I keep telling myself I'm going to do this. I'm going to one day raise the score and move the chat onto this side so that when I do stuff like hover over the attack stats, it's not blurred or blocked by the chat. Okay, your game sounds. Okay. So I'm still getting used to this new mouse, which I'm going to use for a couple weeks until getting another mouse. Working on your own stream, nice. So, looks like Lix will be winning the middle, destroyed the fishing ship, took out the fires, and again, that early initial fishing ship from Ming, I think just set him behind. Lix got the dock up unscouted. So another dock on the outside there. Fishing ships continue to move around to the deep fish. And that actually, this is a nice dock for 1, 2, 3, 4, even 5 deep fish accessible from it. A lot of fires from Lix going to come over though. So both players up. The Italian's player up first. Pure res collected, but that cheaper uptime helping. And quite a few archers. Where are the archers? Alright, so he's going to be up. He'll do crossbow bodkin and then try to break in. Lix though still fully walled. Never know who has the edge between these two civs. I feel like they're both pretty even, extremely good on water and hybrid. And, well, we'll see this matchup again. As I said, both players have both these civs in their draft from their first 2 picks. And oh, actually, Lix not fully walled. There's a hole back here. Lix is well aware of that hole. We're Japanese. So, Castle Age on the way. No ballistics yet. And Lix is just gonna rush up a house in that hole. Make sure it's all plugged up. Is there a hole between those 2 trees on the hill? I guess not. Otherwise, the archers will be running through it. Alright, now Lix is fully walled. No problem. So many vills on berries? Hey, you finished the berries fast. That's fewer spots in your base you gotta defend, right? That's what Doubt always advised. I remember hearing that from him years ago. Take the berries and you can get fewer spots to defend. Oh, okay, so Ming taking back control of the middle. Must have had a nice demo coming out of that dock. I'll get a couple of fishing ships created, but now it's going to be crossbow bodkin for Lix too. He's just defending with his crossbows for now. And actually, we have War Galley for Ming. Ming then seeing that Lix was walled up fully, did not invest into either crossbow or bodkin. Went for the War Galley upgrade, trying to stay afloat on the water. Use those fire ships to fend off the fire galleys. Losing some of his fishing ships, like still more fishing. But with the tech advantage, might win the fight if this fire actually is used. The units that decide they're going to pathfind around as they pop out of the dock instead of patrolling. If he had focused both of them properly, I think he actually wins it and clears everything, but that's how the docks work sometimes, unfortunately. So much you got to pay attention to. He's going to win the fight in the middle. Crossbow will be on the way. Might lose the scout. Always painful to lose the scout. How to capture raid select all those trees when the scout died? Yeah, capture raid sometimes just selects things when your units die. Our dock going up all the way to the south. As the crossbows move over, the fishing ship goes down. That fire literally just did a full circle around the fight before getting into it. Yep. And probably not enough HP here, but at least the Castle Age fires are helping. And like still only on Feudal Age warships. I think there's that more forward dock from him. That's what I was looking for. He might lose his scout too. Yeah, that scout goes down. Dock, fire galley queued there. And we'll have a town center on the way up. Fire galley now for Lix. But he has lost the middle, so middle control for Ming. None of the other 3 central pawns are being taken. Now it's time for Lix, his second TC, while also he's adding in his second TC, while he also is moving forward with his crossbows. And what is Ming? Is he fully walled? For the most part. Didn't go out to these wood lines, but he just have the Scorpion and the Mangonel in the only open section. The rest of his base is house walled or over chop potential with palisades. And now crossbows forward again for Ming. But again, looks pretty well walled. We'll have his own crossbows here. 2 ranges for him. And the crossbows will find and attack the outpost. So the outpost goes down. And some house walling there for Ming, but the crossbows are ready to break in, and they have ballistics. With ballistics, they'll take out 3 villagers. Ooh, 4th just escaping on 3 HP. An outpost, yeah, you know what to do, knock it down. And that outpost indeed is down, and so will be that palisade. Giving Ming maybe an option to break in, but doesn't really have the numbers with the reinforcements right here. I don't think he'll be able to take that fight. Whereas in the water to the north, still fighting each other. And that'll be a win slightly there for Lex, as his crossbows, after that damage, are indeed walled out at least. And he's going to try to redock the middle. Okay, so Lex really putting value on that middle control of the pond. And hello, Jace, how you doing? So crossbows will come over. They will, delay that TC. This is the downside of Ming now not being fully walled in the south. Crossbows can come over. There's a lot of vills queued at only 1 TC. And the second TC is so much later than Lix, who already has 3. 3 TCs also defending from crossbows. And those fishing ships could maybe be hit. Ooh, that woodline actually protects them. Still looking for maybe a demo, but just the second TC now for Ming. Wasn't able to do the damage he wanted with the crossbows. Didn't have ballistics when he tried to break in. Now, Lick's docking everywhere. Lick's docking the south. Still docking the middle. We'll have a demo. And a couple of fires in there. Oh, nice demo hit. And we'll take out a fire. And there's Lick's now regaining control of the middle. Mangonel's coming over. This could be scary for the crossbows. Okay, 2 crossbows down. More crossbows down to Mangonel hits. Lick's not paying attention. And the Mangonels, they're pretty darn useful. We're even getting hits on the fires. So, good value out of those Mangonels for Ming. Those Ming Mangonels. And a wheelbarrow on the way for Lick's. Evening, hello, Frost QT. So fire ships are then on the way from the dock. Ming not going to repair the dock. And having another fight with his Mangonels against some more war galleys. Likes to dock in another pond, going for more fish. And he's opened up an absolutely huge villager lead. And Lily, good morning. Always lovely to see you around. Hope you're having a fabulously wonderful day. Oh, demo! Oh, it gets a Mangonel. Almost gets a second. Okay, the fire could maybe get it. The war galley will get it. Okay, there go the Mangonels. Looks with a nice hit. And hello, Matthias. And that'll be a castle from Lix. As padded archer armor's on the way. And his archers will be taking out that fire. Down it goes. Our galley's going for that fishing ship. Hello, Snarasha. And castle will go up. We're gonna have a 3rd TC now for Ming, but he's already down by 25 vills. Trying to go ships on the outside. Looks like he might even win the water on the top if he gets around the dock properly. And we'll clean that fire ship that's in the south by his fish. Still some more opportunities for Ming on the outside, but Lix with some pretty good control there too. And Lix now firmly in control of this center pond. So we'll have Imp on the way for Lix. Ming is nowhere nearby, and this might be a GG from Ming upon seeing Lix hit Imp. Till Castle both were even. Right, I think that's kind of a result of Ming going up a bit faster than not getting damage to the crossbows, and Lix getting the boom while doing damage with his crossbows. Yeah, kind of an even game outside of the crossbow transition. Okay, finally some fishing ships being sunk by the fires. And they will all go down. Fires on the dock. And new crossbows starting to go down to those galleys. Now pick off the villagers. And Imperial Age on the way for Lix. Ooh, demo! Didn't get too much. Didn't get too much. Lix was hoping for it. Lix was hoping for it. This is Imp TC. Kind of a weird Imp TC. Probably would have gone this one more myself, but it'll work for him. War Galley. Guess as good at getting kills as a demo if the crossbow's going to stand still. There are all the crossbows going down. And I'll have Lix up to Imp, and just as I said, once he hits Imp, Ming nowhere there himself will call the GG. So 68 to 58 KD for Licks, and you can kind of tell where he added the TCs earlier, and how that led to the eco booming. So look at that. Kind of a minute 75. How's that? No, like a minute and 45 seconds faster. A minute 48 seconds faster. There you go. We math. And what damage did he do with that? Not really anything, to be honest. So didn't put himself in as good a situation to do the eco. So it's a loss for Ming on Immersion. Did I call that inundation while I was casting? It's Immersion. Licks was the Japanese, Ming was the Italians. I remember the civs were Japanese Italians, and I looked at the menu real quick and was like, oh, they both have them. How do I remember this? I should also share the link that I'm live. I made a Discord post, but I never posted it. Next will be Land Madness. We're getting right into this. Alright, no break. They started right away. They joined their next game faster than I could. Alright, so 2 minutes into Land Madness, we'll have Ming here pushing the deer. He'll be playing to the south as the blue Magyars. Licks will be playing to the east as the red Chinese. The Chinese will have an amazing economy for Land Madness. That's what we see time after time again. Probably the best civ for the map based on their eco. He's already ahead in resources collected. We're barely into the game, and that gap will only increase. Usually when I see the Chinese play, they get to this point where they're 1,000 res collected ahead in that feudal to castle transition. Chinese is still wild. I don't think they needed to lose camels. I agree. I don't like them losing camels. They feel like a very different civ. So Loom on the way there for Mega. Early Loom for Ming. Must have messed up his build somewhere. That's the little things I like about Age of Empires. You mess up your build so you do Loom. Even at this level, 2506, you still see that. The Mingyars. Chinese losing camels is such a hard nerf. It fit their civilization really well with their cheaper techs being able to smoothly, or to transition smoothly between a bunch of unit lines. That takes away some of their potency as a Pocket Arabia civ too. Hello, LC River. I'm still thinking that one day I maybe just want to go, and instead of doing DE's balance, I'll make my own balance mod. I'll remove a bunch of civs, start back at AOC, and just kind of slowly make changes and add civs. Able to face anything? Well, I think that was the point. They were super weak late game anyway. Now that's kind of changed because they have the heavy rocket carts and they have like a big late game siege weapon. Are there camels in China? Yes, although I believe that when they redid when they did the Three Kingdoms, the Chinese as a civ now are supposed to represent a region of China that doesn't have camels. Balance of the West. There's a lot of projects I want to do. I just kind of need to pick one and focus on it. Had a weak late game? Yeah, Chinese had a really weak late game. And any civ with bombard cannons or good siege had a really good advantage over the Chinese for the most part. Their strength in the late game was how good their economy was when they got to the late game. As it's their unit composition really wasn't that great. Remember, they don't even have hussars either. So if you get to the trash war, you don't have the same rating potential as other civs do. It was a siege line where they really had holes. And no bombard cannon, no siege engineers. There was no siege onager. Heavy rocket cart kind of now fulfills a role beyond what the onagers could have done. And then they didn't have Paladin either, so it's even in the team game situation, they don't really have that power unit, which still kind of is the case. But maybe a bit less so now with the rocket carts. Hello, Henrique. Bombard Tower multi-shot got removed. That got removed? What? What? They removed that? Why would they remove that? Oh, that was such a niche thing. That was amazing. Is that in the pup? Did they remove that in the patch? That's something I'll add back. What's the benefit of Rocket Cart over Mangonel? So Rocket Cart versus Mangonel, that doesn't really matter as far as the Chinese are concerned. It's more heavy Rocket Cart, which is, I'd say, stronger than Onager. And that gives them a bigger late game siege weapon. In terms of Mangonel versus Rocket Cart, I'm not entirely sure which to prefer. I think the Mangonel is actually slightly better because the Rocket Cart has a slight delay as it fires all of its projectiles and needs to stand still while shooting them. And it's easier to just get one shot with the Mangonel and micro it. With the Rocket Cart, you need to stand still a bit longer. And if you don't shoot the entire volley of rockets, then it doesn't reload until it finishes the volley. So the next time you shoot, you're shooting like 1 or 2 rockets, then it stands still to reload, and then it'll shoot the next volley. So it's... If it's mid-volley, it doesn't reload. You have to shoot an entire volley before it starts reloading. So at least in the Mangonel versus Rocket Cart fights, I think the Mangonel actually is a bit better. In other situations, I'm not entirely sure. There might be some differences in armor classes where one is better than the other. But the reloading definitely hits her, or hits the rocket carts quite hard. So lots of spears out for Lix defending against these Magyar scouts. He's just going scouts himself, adding in some archers. Archers will probably have to camp at home for a while. Yesterday, one of the Victors and Vanquished campaigns didn't work. I've never actually played any of those, the official versions. I played all those campaigns when they were custom mods years ago. so I didn't actually get the DLC. Not a bug, it's a zero waste policy. You hate shooting half volleys. Hello, Willy. Ming found that pig finally. Not going to bring it back, though. And archery range transition with the tower on the gold. Feels like Lix has moved to that already, though. And now you're looking at those resources. 600 resource collected difference. I think this res collected stat in Capture Age really tells us the effectiveness of the Chinese. Well, lets us see just how good their eco is. Produce 2 spears to protect gold, just small wall. I think if you want to put enough vills on this gold, small walling it gets kind of tricky because you need to actually do like a full circle around it. There's like 8 vills on this gold. You can't just like do 2 tiles of wall and keep them safe. It's actually a pretty big small wall. And here the spears also have the dual focus of protecting your farms too. So the scouts will keep running around. Some spears and archers coming forward. And I'll have an archery range going up in front of the farms. KD 8-0 in favor of Ming. That's crazy, right? We have an 8-0 KD in favor of Ming. And yet it feels like Lix is ahead with that economy. Spear need concentration? I guess that's true for both players, right? You lose attention for 1 minute, and then your spears are poking down all the scouts. So Castle Age for both. Archer's coming forward there for Ming. Wants to use them to pick off the spears. Ming will be doing bloodlines. No bloodlines for Lix. And both players, of course, want the spears to hit the scouts. And Ming would like to wait at least until Bloodlines comes in to take the fight, but he might just take the position on the hill for it. And go for it. So fully upgraded scouts, maybe find another hill. And that's where he would want to fight the spears on the hill. Okay, he's not going to take it. Okay, being extra careful with his army. This is, I think, not the engagement he wants. Now he'll be downhill again. And just lost pretty much everything there for nothing. Okay, that was a weird engagement. I thought he had a chance to fight when he was on that first hill. Now Lix is going to go forward. He'll have 5 scouts running to the other side of the map. And Ming will come forward, try to find something on Lix's base. And Lix will have to wall. He'll have to wall to keep that gold safe. Do some more walls up there. And that'll keep it safe, no problem. Now scouts will come around, start picking vills. Spear will take the scout down. So 9 to 8 KD in favor of Ming. He's taking some losses now. And finally we're going to have some villagers killed. Finally we'll have some villagers killed as the scouts here from Lix get in on the wood line. Spear comes over, but these vills are going down. Lix has foraging on the scouts. Doesn't have light cav, but he will be getting 5, 6 vills. Can he get 7? Not quite 7, but got 6 villager kills. Meanwhile over here we have 1 kill from Ming. He was able to snipe off maybe a farmer somewhere, but not really getting too much counter damage. With the light cav, though, now can take good fights against the feudal spears. Might take 1 poke, but otherwise should take out the spears. And, well, that's a good thing he can fight them, because there still are 4 more. That light cav can't fight by itself. Ooh, there's an opening there. He's not going to run through it, though. He's just going to turn and fight the spears. That's not going to work. Yeah, you got to pick them off one by one. Meanwhile, crossbows now down here for Lix, continuing to hoover around. Those are those archers he had made earlier. So defensive scorpions for Ming. Prepared for crossbows, but now down by 9 vills. Let's look at the other knight. As Lix keeps microing back. And all the crossbows go down. So Lick still with a population advantage. And look at that, 1.5k res collected more. And he'll be going the double gold comp, knights plus 2 ranged crossbows. And at the same time, adding in a second TC. So double gold comp with pikemen and a second TC. Just now a market for Ming, who has to be more defensive with scorpions and monks. So not enough knights out here, perhaps. I really do want to deal with the scorpions. That tower still will be protecting the gold. So Monk wants a conversion. Crossbows will do their best to pick off the Monk. And it will go down. Pikemen there, engaging the light cav. Knights can run forward. Scorpion still being annoying to the crossbows. And the pikemen do go down. Maybe a bit trickier for Lix to micro, but he did at least do some damage, force the workshop and the scorpions out. And those hills, once again, they're going back and forth into that lumber camp and back out again, having to run away. At the other side, some knights walled out there from Ming, not able to do much damage, just gets one Vil from Lix. There's the Fire Lancer. And another TC will go up on the gold. Magyars win late game. I do think that too, if you can get to like Magyar, Hussar, Heavy Cav Archer. But that's a long ways away. And you're looking at a 2k res collected difference now. Although some nice counterattack damage, killing some Vils. These knights not dealt with immediately. One, two, three, now a fourth TC for Lix. So Lix is going to pull ahead super far in villagers now, already ahead in economy. And Ming may be on a timer now to do some damage. Fire Lancers produced, several Fire Lancers are produced. And more Vils will be coming out of the TCs. As the knights keep hoovering around the back, looking for damage, not really finding any. Ming will do his second TC. I'll try to break the gate, but shouldn't have any luck with the crossbows behind him. This matchup is interesting since China lost camels. Yep. Chinese losing camels does indeed help the Magyars in this matchup, I think. The late game, though, always kind of comes down to, do you have, what researches and technologies do you have? So quick gate, the Vil sacrifices himself, though, trying to trap the knights so the crossbows could finish them off. At least do whittle them down. Do a few more damage, 2 of them down at like 10 HP, one of them down to 2 HP. There's some more knights pouring in at the front for Ming. Military count, he's actually ahead. And Lix, despite all the Vils, falling behind in military, needing a monk defense. Lix has been losing crossbows here and there. Overall KD, definitely in favor of Ming. Now Ming's adding in his second TC, going for a more 2 TC aggression approach, rather than the full boom of Lix. And it'd be one thing if the Chinese had camels, right? You just make a few camels and you chase the knights away. Now it's a lot trickier. Yeah, dangerous for Lix if Ming goes full army, because he's not walled, and he's losing Vils. Well, there goes that 20 villager lead he had. Now down to just 13. Now Ming continuing to pump the knights. Still, I'll call that a pretty good army lead for Ming, considering these are crossbows versus knights. They massacred the Chinese. I still miss the days when they had cheap redemption. But no block printing, so they had good Castle Age monks. So quick gates from Licks, trying to trap the knights, get as much damage as he can. I don't know where the knights are pathing. But they do get out. So, raid on the gold. I mean, Ming being very effective with these raids. He hasn't been really attacked on his side for a while. Oh, and FNY23, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. I appreciate the support. Oh, here's the Fire Lancer. Here's the Fire Lancer. Playing Expo on Land Madness is Hun's longsword tier throw. Oh, we have cav archers now, Magyar cav archers. The point of the crossbows is kind of to shoot over wood lines and small walls, right? And then you also just can hide under your own TCs and defend. It's not really to fight the knights straight up, which is kind of what he ended up needing to do. But now he's getting a good crossbow mass, and that'll be a castle for Licks on top of the TC that Ming is trying to throw up on that forward gold. Well, if this castle goes up, Ming's gonna lose a lot. Is it gonna go up, though? Will this go up? The mangonel's in the back. Mangonel in the back. Crossbow still getting hits on the scorpions, and this could be a doubt castle. And so close to getting up. Decent hit on the crossbows there. And good hit on some vills. And I mean, KD 115 to 72 in favor of Ming. Eco KD 32 to 9. But despite that, almost 4k more res collected for Licks. They're throwing. That's how Age of Empires works, right? Sometimes both players throw. So Elite Skirm on the way for Ming. And he'll be doing another TC, 4th TC down on this hidden gold mine. So Clandestine Economy down there. I'm not going to be able to take the gold he TC'd here, obviously. And Imperial Age on the way for Licks, putting it in a back TC. And Ming, ooh, he himself wants a castle drop on a TC. Get this clown show on arena tier game. And when both players throw, I call it playing catch. They're throwing back and forth. I like that phrase. They're playing catch. They're both throwing. They're playing catch with each other. That's a good one. That's a good one. $20 on food is a disaster. Well, he's trying to go cav archers as the Magyars, but that is a hard transition with 20 on food. How's he going to build that castle forward if he only has 20 on food? He has 97 vills. Is that 20 vills to go forward? He's doing ballistics now. I feel like he just forgot about this foundation. Ooh, weak villager there. Knights don't immediately find him. Now they do. Well, lots of red vills going down. Okay, another decent raid from Ming. And he still has a huge KD advantage, but Lick's now coming forward for his own castle. Wait, he's going to do a TC, and that TC will block off where Lick's wanted to do the castle. Or where Ming wanted to do the castle. Ming won't get there. He will call the GG then, as Lick's takes it 2-0. This forward castle here on top of a TC denied the expansion that Ming wanted. And GG. So look at the stats. And that's 137 to 92 KD. Better eco for the Chinese, obviously. So Ming wasn't able to accomplish anything with that faster castle time. And GG. So that brings us to game number 3. Ming wants to start off a reverse sweep, obviously. Has to start it here. And there's Lick's winning Land Madness. So win for the Chinese and then a loss for the Magyars. And African Waters will be the next map. Is it hosted to find the second best player in China? Yeah, Yo's not playing, so I guess so. Any good upcoming tournament? Sudden Disaster coming up soon. Sudden Disaster. Alright, so we'll have lots of Rhinos, Georgians for Licks, Persians for Ming, Persians on African Waters. Okay, okay. Was thinking they'd be for Stranded. Not sure where the Celts are going to end up being used now. Is that Lixwood Celts? Maybe they just don't get used. Let me pour myself some more water. The shame, Celts are cool. Was there laming? I see 4 Rhinos remaining for Ming, and 3 for Licks with 2 under the TC. So he's taking his forward ones. Plans to play Yo and Vivian show matches. Okay, okay. One day, I think, you know, if they were designing the game from the start, they'd do that. But the Persian bonus has been there for so long. I don't think they gotta eliminate douches. Although I did, to be fair, they did patch TC's not removing the food from boards, so who knows what they'll change. We should get our douches in first. Maybe you're right, maybe you're right. They belong on Arena. What an insult. What a way to call someone a clown by saying they belong on Arena. Come on, Bobo. These parts, clown is a compliment. You hate that they remove spoiling? I do too. I can understand maybe just making TCs not able to shoot sheep or deer. Right? Like I can understand that. Like someone comes under your TC to lame your sheep, and then you steal all of them, and you shoot them, and you kill your sheep. I can understand them eliminating that, but don't eliminate the TC killing the boar. Will told you that he thinks Arena is the purest form of AoE. Will's one of the people who generally has his head on his shoulders, in my experiences with him. It's amazing to think that Arena was only added in AOC and wasn't in AOK. Makes funny clips, but it really does nothing else. What I think about it is that there's literally no reason to shoot the boar with villagers then. It's just going to be the TC kills it every time, and I think that's going to be really boring. It takes something that's kind of fun and just removes it for no real gain. And if you ever kill the boar with your TC, it's your own fault for being super greedy. And I think it's something fun for players as they're learning the game. First thing you do, you hunt the boar, you do loom, then you send the vill to get the boar, and you're using loom. Second thing you do, you're skipping loom, but you're still using the vills under the TC. And then final thing is you get really efficient, then you can do your fun trick with the TC, shooting the vills and then ungarrisoning. And it's like, hey, look, I can do what the pros do. And it's a fun thing. It's a learning process of the game, and that's part of what makes it fun. I could not shoot animals. I can understand TC's not shooting deer and not shooting sheep. But I think the borer system as it stands now is actually really well designed. And a really good example of a well-designed game mechanic, with some little subtle nuances that you can learn and improve at over time. And then the differences are small enough that, yeah, if you never do it, you never have to do it. So, Lick's up to feudal, he has a barracks, he's the Georgians, and he's not going straight for militia or men-at-arms. Old AOC campaigns are the purest form, I would agree too. And this is Ming. Ming, as the Persians, is going for a dock, and he is going for a fishing ship from the forward dock. What's he? Is this just going to be the fishing ship in the dock debate trying to make Licks add fires? That's a thing. The boar is killed by TC rot faster, or, remove 50% of the food. Something, but there needs to be a harsh penalty to killing the boar with the TC so that you avoid doing it. So he didn't go for the bait. That was the misclick. I don't know if he has his game in Chinese. I can say he pressed F for fire and got a fishing ship instead, but we'll be going fires now. So he has his own dock to the west. Lakes will be docking all the way to the south, so he's not thinking, oh, I'll dock and fight on the water. He's just thinking, I'll dock and fish peacefully down here. You were dissing the Joan of Arc campaigns for doing the Gaia cities instead of using triggers, but El Cid 5 does that with Valencia too. Yeah, the campaigns using the Gaia cities. The holdover from AoE 1 before there were triggers, the Gaia player that you capture. Press an unspeakable, super complicated Chinese character for Fireship. Well, that's just unspeakable from me. Is there actual problems in the game? Well, see, that's the thing. It's not an actual problem, but it's something that's fun. And you're just removing something that's fun for no gain. If it's really an issue of helping new players or improving the new player experience, then the thing they need to focus on is that you have to lose like 10 games in a row before you get to your starting elo and can actually play fair games. I think the new player experience, if that's what they're aiming to fix, really has very little to do with in-game content and more to do with the menus and lobby. Things that people of all skill levels don't have a huge disadvantage from one simple mistake. Well, just don't shoot the TC with the boar then. I think it's a really good thing that there's a disadvantage to messing up with your micro. and there's no reason to do it if you just use the vills. Imagine fixing lobbies? Yeah, imagine fixing lobbies. I miss those Voobly lobbies. I miss not needing to alt-tab to another website to spectate the game. and then Alt-Tab to another application to watch the game. Heat seeking missiles from AoE 4. Oh no. Is this tournament hosted to find the second? I think I read that earlier. Yes. So there's going to be the Lingwan land coming up this October. There should be a lot of Chinese community content before then. Oh, you missed the spec chat? That was fun. So this should be the fire galleys destroying each other. Okay, I always love seeing the dual fire galley destruction. Oh no, one, okay. You almost messed it up, but we're good. So, fire galley going for the fishing ship. And Castle Age on the way for Ming. So 3 farms there for Lake. So both players up to Castle at around the same time. Ming, slightly more vills, slightly more res collected. Yeah, that Persian's TC giving him a nice bonus. And honestly, surprising we haven't seen a huge skirm war. More focusing on the pawns this game. Fire galley now in the south from Ming. Ming has docked all 4 pawns now. And same from Licks, okay. I haven't seen the game focusing so much on the pawns on this map. Usually it's more about the skirms. So stable for Ming. Fighting water versus Persia is terrible. You never feel safe. Yep. So there's the Persia player up, and Bloodline's on the way. So usually you do War Galley in a dock where you're not fighting, right? So which dock do the players do War Galley in? I'll have War Galley right away from Ming, and very focused on the water so far. Still fishing, so 7 fishing ships to 9. And 9 in favor of Ming. And both players gonna do War Galley and fight on the water. Third time Ming hits castle first. Yeah, that's true. 3 games in a row, he's castle first. Usually castle first is a pretty good position to be in, but you're right, the past couple games hasn't worked out for him. So town center there going up for Ming. As knights will start hitting vills under the TC. A couple of cav archers on the side will run forward. And Monk on the way. Let's go for the Vil, and the Vil goes down. So, fortified church, that'll house the Vils. Not enough, even between the church and the tower, not enough space to garrison all the villas, so we'll have a pick there. And starting to open up the score lead a bit. We'll go for the workshop, and workshop will allow him to pressure the TC. Also, nice Persian TC hit points on this map in case you get Ming pushed. So TPD, the triple pond domination. I mean, we're almost at the QPD, the quad pond domination. Likes with some cav archers. Trying to go Georgian cav archers pick off vills. We'll get one. So 1, 2, 3, 4. The quadruple pond domination. The QPD from Ming. Blake's gonna try to add TCs now, but I think Ming's gonna extend the set. And hello, pro plebs. It's okay, I was late too. Do Persian Knights get +2 against Cav Archers? Yes, they do, fail ball. Yes, they do. Cav Archers do indeed count as... Oh, they have 0 Archer armor. Capture Rate doesn't show the armors if they're all 0. But they do indeed have 0 Archer armor too, and that will count. A QPD. I'll have to look at the map pool for if you ever do another NAC. If there's a map like this, okay, we can introduce Dash to the QPD. Mangonel shooting the TC. And, well, Lick's trying another TC on the left. Feels like he's in a very rough spot. 69 to 43. Eco units with 20 fishing ships now. 20 fishing ships among all the ponds for Ming. So Persians, are these the new... Are Persians the new African Waters best civ? I guess usually in this map pool, we see them on other maps. So Ville's in the TC, we'll have a Scorpion going for the house. And then with the doubled up light cap. Look at that. Right on top of each other. And looks like call the GG. Ming with the quad pod domination. Knocking everywhere, making the fires. 45 to 28 KD. And how much more food? How much more food? 2.5K more food. 3K more wood. 1,000 more gold. That was a booming economy. So Persians remain OP on hybrid maps. And the next map will be Migration. It's on the scoreboard. We have seen a reverse sweep so far. And if we do go game 5, it will be stranded. That's Persians over Georgians. No Celts, sadly. Respect delay, then get into the game. No Quelts. Long in shambles. Hello, Susie. I miss the days when Celts were legit a good, like, just kind of standard 1v1 civ. Alright, and spec delay here. We'll get into migration. Alright, so here we have Lix playing in the red as the Italians, and Ming playing the blue as the Japanese. So, as I expected, mirroring or swapping the Civ matchup from what we had on Immersion earlier. And we will have 5 on the buffalo there for Ming as he starts to push in the deer. 5 going to the lumber camp. Look at that Vil going for the straggler tree after he finished the lumber camp. Awkward house, kind of blocking gold. A deer shot there. And this hasn't found a box turtle for a ship yet, but I'm sure he'll get one soon enough. And time for him to go and do a dock. He has the wood. If you wanted to be super optimal here as the Japanese, he probably could go 5 on deer, 4 on wood, then do a house and dock, and then send one more to the wood, and then go back to the food or whatnot. And not that big of a difference to get the dock up 1 vil earlier, but every bit of food counts. Getting the fishing ship out earlier always helps. So your migration start always comes down to how easily you can push your deer too. You get them in right under the TC and it's smooth sailing. If there's one thing you want in migration, it's smooth sailing. So on the other side, Lakes, ooh, didn't have the best deer push. Not have the best deer push. We'll be going for a house on the front. And Cheese Hobbit, thank you for the follow. Do I like cider? Yes. Deer being pushed in now from Lix. Let's see if we can do better than the other one. Little things like that in the Dark Age, just slight inefficiencies on deer. can mess up your builds, and you need experience in how you work around them. And there you go. Like, again, a good deer push, but not quite under the TC. Not that ideal spot where you'd want it. And so look at the relics then in the middle. We'll have one directly in the middle. Then the other 4 will be to the northeastern side of the island. So 1, 2 by Ming, and then 3, 4 over by Lix. A bit of a odd generation that there are no relics down here in the south. This version of migration does have the water buffalo in the middle, so you can grab them, scout the middle, or transport them back to your TC. That's my preferred flavor. I don't have a preferred flavor. I don't have it often enough to have a preferred one. So more fish here from Ming, and another question is how many fishing ships do these players add? The more fishing ships you add, the longer you stay in the Dark Age usually. So it's a trade-off between a fast castle versus some other feudal build where you go fast feudal for galleys, maybe you land in the middle, go for forward docks. They banned the free win of Vikings. Let me just double check the Civ draft. No, I don't see a Vikings ban. They just didn't pick them. They preferred these 2 Civs over Vikings. Of a dock for Ming in the south. And both players feudal at just about the same time. We have 8, 9 fishing ships from Lix, and a couple of villas going forward onto the transport. So, okay, Lix, let's go. He's gonna go into the middle. Is he going for the forward dock? You wouldn't do a house if you're doing the forward dock, though. It's gonna slow you down way too much. What's he do? Is he just gonna do, like, FC build with buildings in the middle? I mean, there's no reason to do, like, Market Blacksmith in the middle. If we were doing a stable, he'd need a barracks by now. He's just doing a forward dock and is late on it? What is he gonna do? Is Ming up to feudal, Lix up to feudal. The blacksmith in the middle, okay. Market at home, okay, why not, I guess. You do get your vill there. No loom. So vill in the middle does not have loom, he's just queuing vills to click up. Italians, of course, will have the cheaper age up, so he has the food to go up there, just about. We'll have no problem clicking up, and then loom for Ming. And then Castle Age on the way for Lix. Of the barracks. Going up also for Lix. And that'll be a few spears in the middle control against scouts for him, potentially. Transport finally also for Ming. He has 2 vills coming forward. Don't think that Lix managed to see that. No, he didn't, and Ming did not see what Lix is doing. So both players, okay, both players going for only the Castle Age forward docks across the middle. Well, I guess if you wait until the Castle Age, it's less likely to be scouted. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he does want the relics, but I was more curious about the dock timing. So those scouts see the dock. Now, not seeing that dock is huge. It's absolutely huge. Same for both players, not seeing the dock. Man, the scout still hasn't seen it. Alright, you might just think that there are villagers here for the stable. Scouts and Spear are running around. See if the Spear can get the Scout away. That's 4 forward Vills on 1 Shorefish. Okay, so Fire Galley is at the front. War Galley at the back dock. And we'll probably see something similar here. War Galley in a back dock. And then Fire Galley's in the front. Fire Galley's there. Do we see? Okay, so the dock here. Lakes is aware of this dock. He finally is. Ming's still none the wiser as to the forward dock. So 2 or 3 fire ships into the fishing ships. And they all go down. So just like that, fire ships so efficient at killing fishing ships. And here we go, 2 fire ships getting into the fishing eco. And they're going to focus the fishing ships rather than turning and fighting. If I even find the transport, Monk coming forward. Monk could be useful here, yeah, that's what Lix is going to do. He's going to run to the Monk and have the Monk get a conversion while it destroys 1 fire. So fire ships will go for the transport. Transport goes down. I have Horse Collar, then on the way for Lix. Light Cav on the way for Ming. And both players will be adding a TC in the middle. So both players trying to hit the fish. So 9 to 12 right now. And very similar builds and playstyles from both of them. Almost a mirrored image on both sides, but Ming, by virtue of the map spawn, will have more of the relics. Fire is now once again getting to the fishing eco. Those Japanese fishing ships are so tanky. And Ming feeling the advantage of playing the Japanese on this map now. So fire goes down. Now a couple of scouts from both players, light cav even from Ming. You're going for the monks. Monk with the relic goes down, the other monk goes down. And all 3 monks go down. Nice use of the light cavs there. Lixie wanted some Vills forward, not going to get them. Knights out even for Ming. And you should get a Vil kill there. He might be greedy going for more. Doesn't quite get the kill. Monk on the way out for Lix, and we'll have a workshop on the way for Ming. (2003) Camry with 1.2 million kilometers on it that refuses to die. A lot of kilometers. My grandmother had a 2005 Nissan Pathfinder that lasted until 2023. I think herbal medicine is underrated. It's probably properly rated. And there are niche situations where it's useful. I think it's good that the game has stuff like that, like herbal medicine. That, yeah, it's not the most useful tech, but every so often it'll come up. Every so often it'll come up, and then it's glorious when it's used. It's good to have some things that aren't as useful or aren't as obvious. A couple hidden gems when you figure out how to make them work. You forgot herbal medicine. Yeah, it makes your units heal faster when garrisoned. Ooh, Ooh, mangonel kills the deer. Lamer. Spear gets hit by the mangonel. So on the board, it looks like Ming taking advantage of the front. And I mean, the tankiness of those Japanese fishing ships staying alive longer really paid off. It's just as those fires were in the fishing eco, we saw how quickly he was able to take out LingHe's fires. Or LingHe's fishing ships. And now LingHe's to hide in the corner, oh no. So, 4 mangonels now on the hill. 2 relics in that monastery could go down too. Spears poking down the light cav as monks want conversions. And they do get a conversion on the light cav. So 1 extra relic there by the TC, trying to save them. Now this is a rough spot, as 3 mangonels still on the hill besieging the TC, and at the same time the fish still idled hiding in the corner. Ming taking an eco lead now. Almost destroys the dock, but has to turn and fight. Game 5, Skinny wants a game 5. That relic just sitting there. And there goes the TC. Okay, Ming. Ming. We did see a reverse sweep the other day. Ming may be able to pull it off. I did think Ming was one of the better players in this tournament. Alright, here he is. Pushing Licks. Now we did see Licks go to a game 5 against Raze the other day. That might be in for another game 5. That'll be a castle for Licks. And 2 light cav shouldn't be able to stop that, but could get another Vil maybe. Knights on their way in. They're going to run around the outside. These Vils having to wall themselves in. There is still an opening there. Will there be a quick wall? Or... oh no, there's no opening. That's just a hill. That's just a hard to tell perspective on a hill. That stone is part of the wall. Stray Dog lose. Yep, we casted Stray Dog the other day. Yeah, one said Ming is up and coming, but that was like 2 years ago. Sometimes it takes a while for the up and coming nature to pay off. Fire being forced back. Castle taking out the workshop. And Imperial Age on the way for Licks, so maybe that's his way back into the game if he can go Imp first. Maybe get fast fires, regain some water control, take out the castle in an early Treb or Cannon War. Still a rough setup for him, down by 800 resources, down in the KD, and falling drastically behind both in Vil and in military pop. Arrow is up and coming from 2015 to 2019. And yeah, then he kind of didn't play for a while, and then he was up and coming again. Wonder how many times the first player of the middle is the one to lose momentum. Maybe we should track some stats on that. I think there are a lot more stats we can do. And good morning, Ducks. How are you doing, Ducks? And yeah, between games we can experiment and see if Ducks sees the add UI pop up. Oh, we have a landing. We have a landing. We got 4 mangonels now. Going for LingHe's Imp TC. Okay, if he sees Licks Repair, then he might know that's the Imp TC. Maybe he'll just feel it out anyway. Alright, alright. There's the repair, there's repair. That should indicate this is the Imp TC. And now Ming should know what he's doing. Oh, he doesn't see the repairs though. He doesn't see the back of the TC. He's repairing. Remember, TCs are expensive to repair. He's got 16 on wood. Now he's sending all the Vils to fight the mangonels. They're nice to defend the mangonels, though. And 85%. think Imp does come in, but that was a risk. That was a risk. Lix did notice at just the right moment. He had to prepare to go up, and he does. But oh, what a nice play to land. And that'll be 230 away from Imp from Ming. So not that far behind the Italian's player in Imp timing, at least. He forced double stable at home. Mangonel will be going for the market as the scouts clear everything else. And then the fire ships will clear each other. Oop, Knight picks the Mangonel as the monks come forward. And oh, it's going to be a castle drop. Castle drop from Ming right on Lix's face at the home base. And then you all know what happens once the castle goes up and Imp comes in. It'll be Treb time. And nothing that Lix really can do to deal with that. Maybe bombard cannons. That'll be about it. He's going for his own Trebs and Genbos in the middle. Some cannon galleons from Ming potentially could deal with the TC and the castle down here. Ming will be adding another TC to the north. And he'll be doing a trebuchet, but Lix will call the GG, and we are indeed getting that game number 5. Let's go, 60 to 43 KD for Ming, dominating. Those fishing ships surviving, the kill attempt from Lix, I think really helped maintain that eco lead. So there we go, on to game number 5. That'll be Ming tying it up, going for the reverse sweep. And this will be on Stranded, as that's now the Italians losing to the Japanese on both sides of the matchup in this set. Alright, Ducks, you can see if the see how long the spec delay is. You can see if the add menu pops up. Ozzy asking a map question in the DMs. Not seeing Scorp cannons. One of these days, you want the whole world to see how OP they are. One of these days, we'll have to do some team games. I think that's really where they'd shine, more like in the team game arenas. Alright, so we're going to have Lix as the red Malians to the south and Ming as the blue Ethiopians to the north. It'll be Stranded. They're both TCing exactly where they start on a wood line. And it is the junk version of Stranded. No, no, where's the fishing ship version? The junk version. Oh, this ship is so silly. Not much can deal with pass-through hand cannons. Yeah, well, I don't think I've even experimented with Pyrotechnica myself yet. A Scorpion hand cannoneers do sound pretty insane. They're shredding through any infantry that would get near them, and probably even, like, if you close the distance enough on arbalests, you'd probably shred through arbs too. It looks like we do at least have even hills in the middle. One big hill for Licks, one big one, or one big hill for Licks, one for Ming. Haven't won a game with Maya yet? Gotta go back to 2015, where the Maya were good. Gotta go back to the 2015 teen game scene of Sling the Maya. We get used to the name change. Or like 03 or something where they were super new. I don't know, 25 years of calling them the Mayans. So pretty far from the gold is Licks. TC from being a bit closer. You like these farther back from the central hills, a little more space. Yeah, well, on this version of the map, this is something I tried to balance when I did the cartographer's one, but the golds are kind of... it's random if you get a wood line near them or if they're on the hill. So I tried to make it more consistent that you could do a TC where there's a space for the TC, but also a wood line next to the gold in the middle. So if you wanted not to TC the outside but go to the middle, you could. The Mayanese. So, Malians, Ethiopians. Why are these the two civs for stranded? I get Malians for the dock. Well, what's Ming gonna do with the Ethiopians here? Ethiopian's definitely not a top Nomad map civ for the most part. Faster shooting archers will be nice. Usually this is a very low eco map and you're not going to get to that full torsion engine siege onager setup in the tech tree. Usually you don't get there in 1v1s, but especially not on Stranded. FC Expo. Was there ever a Sling the Goths counter meta in team games? Depends on the map. If you played Gold Rush, the meta was triple Sling the Goths. The thing about the Maya though is that when plumed archers had +2 against infantry when they are the elite. So I think they did a total of 3 damage per arrow. Maybe it was just 2, but they actually were the best archer to have against Goths, other than maybe like True News. And the Goths kind of died to most other civs. And so it's hard to use them purely as a counter sometimes. Alright, and look at this! Shooting with the Vils, because you can't get in the TC. Look at that. Masterpiece. So, some walling up from Licks. And he's going for the Drush, but that'll be walled out already. Yeah, I have one of those games on my YouTube, the Triple Sling Gold Rush game. Vietnam versus Tyrant. That was a good one. And that was a game that really makes you appreciate having the skeleton corpses. They changed Mayans to Maya? They did change the name of Mayans to Maya. But from my quick Googling, it seemed like Mayan is a word that refers to the language that they spoke, whereas Maya refers to the people themselves. And I guess the same with the Incan change. So Men-at-Arms, the upgrade comes in, the units come forward, but Lake's just not in time, and you'll see the defensive range for Ming. Maybe we'll finally see the skirmishers. They didn't change Aztecs, no. Aztecs are still Aztecs. Yeah, it's just it's just a thing where I guess the words have slightly different meanings. So yes, FC indeed from Ming, and we'll have double ranges and FC crossbows, I guess. Well, we're talking about 2015. This does feel kind of 2015. FC crossbows. There's no drush in front of it. Enough walls up. More houses going up. Let's go Skirms 2025. It counters elephants and camels, monks and pikemen and halbs. Okay, well, Lix is through. We'll need a tower up for Ming. So, FC straight into Bodkin. Bodkin crossbow. Okay, not something you see that much these days. But definitely still a thing. Are Huns still Huns? Huns are always Huns. Now, Shu archers are the best versus Goths. But that's true, right? Shu archers with the Chuko new upgrade. Machine gun archers. Now, crossbow is in. Crossbow should be able to deal pretty well with the feudal skirms. I just want to see Celt Khmer Roman team, where they just make the ultimate scorpions. Yeah, I think you just add in Turks, so you can have artillery cannons to deal with siege onagers, and they also have good hussars to spam. And then like Khmer and Turks both can spam hussars. Safari is taking out the fishing ships. Market and house going up for Lix. And he's not too far from going up himself. We'll need to use the market to buy some food. So fire galleys on the way from Ming. Looks just cooked with expo timing. I mean, he is walled. And there aren't that many crossbows out. Maybe tower the gold? I guess there's not much stone to do more towers. That's the hard thing about stopping the crossbows here. Sometimes you can just tower up to deal with this, but on this map, since you have only the single tiles of stone far away, hard to do the towers. He's mining some stone. So I think that probably will have to be his option if the crossbows start to make some progress into the base, doing towers. I mean, he's well enough walled that only 3 or 4 crossbows won't break in all that quickly, at least. Need some mangoes. And he does have a workshop, and Mangonel's going to come down the middle. Forward range for Lix, and just looks things. You look around, you see a sneak building randomly. Crossbows are still crossbows. Yeah, I agree. It is a pretty good map for FC. Ethiopians will have their faster shooting crossbows. Skirm's archers pushing him back as the men-at-arms run around. How easy is Civ modding? The modding of Civ names, that's probably pretty simple. That's just a text file in your game folder. You probably just, you'll Control F and replace the names. Search for the names and replace them if that's what you want to do. It's basically all you do is you make a folder with the files that get changed, and you copy the folder directory structure of the game files, and then you upload to the mod center. It's pretty simple. My recommendation is just find a mod similar to the one you want to make, subscribe to it, and then click the Open Files button in the mod center, and you can see how that mod is structured. And programs to open the file formats, but just updating text and stuff is pretty straightforward. So this will be defensive towers from Licks. Mangonel's coming to deal with them, and they will get the towers down before Castle Age comes in. He has to run the Vils. Vils have to stay safe. Ram among the siege units added to the push. Tower will have more HP now in the Castle Age. Fight a bit better against 2 Mangonels, but it will still go down ultimately. Unless it's repaired properly. Fix pathing with a data mod. Data mods are not something that can fix pathing. Pathing is game code. Not data. Otherwise, someone would have done it by now. So, nice repairs on the tower, keeps it up. Armor for Licks, who has survived the Castle Age push. And is slightly up in villagers. Does feel like Licks got a nice advantage on the water during that Castle Age transition. And now he has destroyed all the fishing ships of Ming. And Licks himself still has 7 fishing ships working. Along with his junk, that's still gathering gold. And Town Watch on the way. Almost a situation where you don't want to destroy the dock because you want to get more gold on the junk. So this is a thing where the junk has 198 gold on it. As the dock goes down, I'm pretty sure the junk just has that gold vanish into thin air because there's no more calculation for the trade. I wonder if that happens. So 198. Dock goes down. And 198 still. Okay. Need to figure exactly when that does and doesn't lose the gold. So Mangonels besieging the tower. 3 Mangonels. I think they have a hill advantage even. Should take that out. And the Vil needs to wall in front of them. Will it get their walls in time? No. Will it get repairs? Maybe. 1 knight goes down. Knight's gonna go for more Mangonels. Some army has to dodge Mangonel shots. That Mangonel is downhill. The knights will get all 3 Mangonels. That shot doesn't hit anything. This is still a big feudal army. I think the crossbows might even win this fight. Lake's not really getting all the Castle Age upgrades. Maybe he just has numbers here. Numbers and a few skirms. Crossbow's trying to hop in and out. But they have to reload when they hop out now. So, 44 to 40 Vils, 7 fishing ships to 0. Fishing ships starting to get less efficient, as Lix will need to keep adding in more docks for them to have nearby fish. Another TC for Lix. So Knight will take out that ram. And push for Ming, not managing to really devastate Lix. Did some damage. But Lix is okay. FC Archers isn't great. I mean, FC might be better if maybe he goes slightly slower but is able to maintain fires on the water to protect his fish. Forced out 4 towers, but I think this res collected, being 700 in favor of Lix, is still pretty good considering he has the fish alive. And, well, we'll see. I mean, it is a lot of damage in terms of, like, walling and moving your vills around and getting some idle time and doing towers and needing to collect the stone. But you're also doing it to someone who has more vills than you do at the same time. So they have a bit more of a bit more of an opportunity to rearrange the eco and respond how they want to. Okay, that monk blends in with that villager. Oh gosh, look at how well he blends in. Never realized that before. The new Ethiopian monks with the new cross monastery. It looks with horse collar, and of course better eco upgrades, as you say. Res collected, not that difference. I mean, I do think you have a point in saying that the extra villas are better than extra fishing ships at this point. I like extra fishing ships still being added though. Not like they're bad, but you gotta keep redocking. And that mangonel wants to protect the tower. And that monk might get hit by... Ooh, the archer goes down. Yeah, fish boom plus second TC. And now he's up in villagers. And now he's taking a res collected lead. Trying to stay in front. And the villas will run out to the side, maybe look for a third TC somewhere. There they go, right on the gold in the wood line. So again, 3 TCs to 1. Feel like we've seen that a few times this set. And the 3 TC player usually is the one to come out on top. Mangonel's going for the monastery. He's usually gonna push once he gets ballistics. Yep, I bet. Ballistics, and that might be his last chance. Because it's 3 TCs. And ballistics is on the way. I don't know if he has enough mangonels though. I mean, Lix could even consider going guard tower defense. Molly should have guard towers, right? Yeah. Like guard tower defense here might even be great. Get confused by the African monk skin. He blends in with the clothes of the female villager, right? It's that white texture used so much. I was looking at him on the farm and he was like, "What? He's blended in." Black, blue, and white. I don't know. Some of the new monks, as much as I like the fact that they finally caught up to what 2018 when we had the independent monks for Will of the Kingdoms. Some of them are just kind of hard to pick up as monks, and identify as monks. Okay, decent mangonel shot at least hits a crossbow. Yeah, he needs to go fast. That's why I was thinking guard tower here. Guard tower stops the mangonels, and then crossbows. Yeah, and exactly. There's guard tower. Like thinking the same thing too. Mangonels at least do have the hill there. Here's that guard tower. You know, this feels like a campaign building to me. The African Kingdom's guard tower. Okay, crossbow's going to dare some mangonel shots. And that tower holds. Ballistics on the way for Lix. And a couple of fires on the outside. And the TC will go up for Ming. As monks look to heal that Vil, and he still has 4 mangonels to push. Adding the TC might slow down the push a bit. 4 mangonels, can't push a guard tower, and there's not much you'll be able to do. The condition was ARB. Yeah, fast imp strats are interesting on this map. I mean, because again, it's so low eco that being able to play low eco helps. Tower shooting at the mangonels, they're forced back. And now, still also no water pressure, but he does have a few fires. Looks like he did redock. And he will get some fires on the water. Maybe a bit late to be thinking about destroying Lix's fish, though. Lix could probably keep redocking over there and rotating around. Okay, okay. Now that was a mangonel shot. Well, I guess he lost 2 of his too. 3 for 2. Everything dying there. Why is he retaking water? He doesn't want Lix to fish. But yeah, this is maybe a bit late for this. That's a nice little outpost there, watching everything. An Ethiopian's outpost. Insane line of sight. See, crossbows won't be able to raid that wood line with the tower there. Towers at least have a good line of sight themselves. Okay, monks wanting conversions, knights trying to trap the crossbows. Mangonel's trying to get a hit on the knights. Lix has swapped to those Malian knights. And I think the monk converts the mangonel there. Bill tries to attack, but the knights here clearing everything. More monks and mangonels going down. And this is feeling pretty good for Lix. Yeah, Knight's just so much more valuable in the fight against the crossbows there. And oh, what is that castle Lix wants? How's he gonna get that up? Where are the vills for that? He's only got 11 vills there. Okay, will this go up? His mangonel is on vills a bit. There's some knights raiding the eco. Like saying it must be late for him. Wants to go to bed soon. Castle gonna go up. Deny the gold. Knights will get the monk. Tower needs to be targeting vills, so he's sending more vills now. Now he has 19 vills. And this will not be a castle that stops. The entire village there raising the castle. Now, did Ming retake the water? He kind of did, but a bit too little too late. As now there's a castle on his face. So that is indeed a castle. Ming, not enough stone for a counter castle. You could buy it maybe. Yeah, get out of my game castle. Get out of this tournament set castle as Lix once again looks like he's gonna hold on for a 3-2 win. Lix having maybe a rough time of it so far in these sets, but he manages to pull out the wins. Okay, mangonel's hitting the vills. Vills going down. And Ming did buy stone. And they're both up to imp. Lix will be very well practiced. But now, not enough garrison space in the TC. The knights will start hoovering around, getting under it. They'll be picking a lot of vills there. 98 to 40, and there's the GG from Ming, who almost pulls off the reverse sweep, but Lix will hold on Stranded to win 3-2. So that's 141 to 70 as the KD. Better economy by the end. And you see the castle age difference, but with a 7-minute timing window, lost the fish and couldn't even pull off damage with the crossbows. Hoovering? No, that's just a meme. That's just a meme. Oh, gee. Well, Ming almost pulled it off. Made Licks sweat a little there at the end. 3-2. Ming came close. But no Celts, unfortunately. Ethiopians, still don't know what he was doing with Ethiopians on Stranded. But maybe just ran out of save ideas at that point with all the bands. Alright, so we'll have the next set coming up soon. Gonna take a short break. And then, let's see, what is this next set? It'll be Bad Koala versus Beigu. Oh gosh, they're in Arabia already. This is a quick break as they have a lobby hosted. Wonder who would win between Bad Koala and Licks. Maybe we'll find out. What's the next big online tournament? The next big online will be Sudden Disaster, and the next big LAN will be the LingHe Cup. That'll be Sudden Disaster starting in August, September, I think. I should know. John Slow asked me to co-host it. And then the LingHe Cup, the LAN, will be in October. There'll be qualifiers leading up to it. I should probably answer that after the ad break again. There we go for the map pool. Regicide Fortress is the first version. Let's go. Let me know a more known player. I have no idea who's going to sign up. We have had Chinese lands before years ago, but not for a while. Anyway, I'll be right back. Alright, so still in the lobby, haven't missed anything yet. Regicide Fortress will be the first game. So, as someone was asking, the next LAN event will be the LingHe Cup. Let me double check what the schedule for that is. I know the event is in October. Yeah, so it says start date the October 22nd, end date the 26th. Playoffs October 27th, single elimination, all matches are best of 7. Which will be, okay, so 3 best of 7s. That'll be a lot if they do it in one day, but okay. That'll be a lot to do in one day. Looks like there is a group stage of invited players of Hera, Leary, Viper, and Yo. Probably a pretty consensus of the top 4. Then there'll be a China-only qualifier and 2 international qualifiers for a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 slots. And there'll be a group stage, Swiss system, Buchholz tiebreaker system, and then before a quick single elimination bracket. So it looks like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 day LAN in China, all using 9 starts. The prize pool of $45,000. There'll be 3 international qualifiers. First qualifier starts next week. Then the week after that, another one. Then the week after that, another one. So 3 sets of qualifiers running end of July through August. The LingHe Cup. Someone was asking about tournaments. That's the next big upcoming LAN we have. I should probably actually pull up the Wikipedia page as I'm talking about it. That would probably be easier. Hope they have Nilly there to explain the Buchholz system. I think Yo explained it very concisely when someone asked him. So maybe someone can translate the logo they have? I don't know what that says. If it says anything. But yeah, this is what someone's asking about. Map pool, Acropolis, Bedouins, Arabia, Arena. This is one of the map pack winners. There's a map contest, so Kamir. Fish and Fish, Lookout. That's another one of the new ones. Not Nomad, another new one. Ring of Reeds, Rocky Forest, and Seychelles. Yeah, so since there was semifinals into a final playoff. So group stage, 4-round Swiss system, top 4, then play potentially 21 games in one day. That'll be insane, 3 best of 7s. It's ancient seal script, looks like. I need to stare at it for a bit to translate. Okay. And there are these qualifiers. International qualifiers starts, that'll be 2 weeks starting next week. Then another one after that, I guess delayed by 1 week. But I guess you can play in both or play in either. Or, oh, I thought that said August 12th there. Yeah, so I guess 1 week for first qualifier, 1 week for the second, and then there's a mainland qualifier after that. So 3 qualifiers. Yep, it does say LingHe Cup. That's the name of it. Oh, that's what this says. This says LingHe Cup. Okay. Wait, I was asking what this thing? The logo? Yeah, obviously LingHe is the name of the cup, but what does the banner thing say? No EU players? There are EU players. If they can There are 2 international qualifiers. They have to qualify through those. Okay, so the players have set the map to Fortress, so they should be getting started in a moment. It says LingHe just more abstract. Okay, okay. Yep, okay, it looks like a player rejoining the lobby. Like the logo is spelled in English, it's just stylized to resemble Seal script. What do you think about the new changes about the hunter decaying after being killed by military? People ask me about that all the time. In general, I'm not a fan of boars having food if the TC kills them. I think military is a different issue. And stuff like sheep and deer are a different issue. Oh, now I see it. Now I see it. Okay, now I see it. Can I make that bigger? Yeah. So we have an L there, right? And then this like squeezed together I, and then an N, and then here's the G, and this is the Y, and then it's a U, A, Ling, so Ling Yuan, and then this is then an N, and then down here it's a cup. That's a more obvious CUP. Now I see it. This is Ling Yuan cup. Now I see it. Now I see it. Okay. Okay. Now I got it. There we go. Okay, so I got Bad Koala in the lobby by himself on Fortress. Still waiting for Beigu to come around. And again, after this, we'll be doing some community games because we have a sponsored segment we need to do. Up your logo game tournament hosts. Yes, indeed. We'll need to up our game for the next cartographer's logo. Need to spell cartographers in a map somehow. They always had good logos, did they? I can think of some not good logos over the years. I can think of some AI-generated logos. How do you join a community game? You just join. I'll host a lobby. Or if we don't have people, I'll host a ranked game. And then we'll get some people and play. He learned how to read Seal script at one point and was just sitting there staring at it like years of academy training wasted. just some stylized English letters. I was looking for something else too. We also check how much longer the LingHe cup is supposed to last. Okay, Beigu's back in the lobby now. Till July 30th. Okay, so until next week. Interesting, it ends on a Wednesday, but I guess that might have to do with the qualifiers for the LingHe Cup. And okay, we are launching. We are launching. Or are we? Oh no, they just canceled the lobby. Never mind. Never mind, I was excited. Got excited for a moment. I have a favorite civ. My favorite civ has always been the Byzantines. Because they had an amazing city in Constantinople in the Barbarossa campaign back in 1999. That was impressive. Okay, and now we're launching. There we go. There we go. Unable to find invalid match ID. But I've launched. I'm just gonna hope this works. I'm gonna hope it works. Alright, and I have Burgundians, Italians on Fortress. And I think I'm going to end up relying on the spectator dashboard bot to tell me which player is which. So here we go, second set of the day. Alright, so here we are. Let's just type in our match command. Twitch and see if the bot tells me who's who. Yes, okay, so Bad Koala will be in the blue. I'll get their names set up here. So this will be Bad Koala in the blue and Beigu in the red. And it shall be a Fortress. Wonderful, wonderful Fortress. Castle somewhat forward, kind of blocking the gold there for Bad Koala. Not the most convenient castle location for him. He will be to the northwest in the blue as the Burgundians, and Beigu will be to the southeast playing as the red Italians. So Genoese crossbowmen going to figure prominently in this matchup as a counter to Cavalier Paladin and Custilier. The Italians, even as a counter to the hand cannoneers of the Burgundians. Ooh, I do wonder, maybe this is a setup where we might see Pyrotechnica for the Scorpion hand cannons. The hand cannoneers of the Italians, their new unique tech, means that they deal 15% pass-through damage and are more accurate. Accuracy, of course, pretty crucial for the hand cannons too. That way they actually hit their target. And then the Genoese crossbowmen, of course, an attack bonus against all the cav. Burgundians, though, will have a great economy. And as we already see, Bad Koala luring his boars in with his scout. Save a bit of villager time if you do that, and then you can just heal your scout up in the castle. On the original version of Regicide Fortress, your boars were actually really far outside of your walls, so you had to use the scout to lure them. Is it some kind of change that it's walled in the back of the map? Fortress has always been walled like this. The only time the walls don't appear on the back is if your TC ends up spawning so close to the edge that it's not walled there. I don't think I've actually seen the pass-through damage either, so I don't quite know. Someone in the chat earlier said it felt really strong. Maybe this will be a chance to find out. Yeah. Also, this is Fortress. This is not Arena, where DE's Arena was just updated not to give back walls. So this is, as far as I know, Fortress. Usually on Fortress, it's kind of rare to see the bases this close to the edge, or not rare as so much as they're not necessarily this close. Sometimes that TC, imagine, is taking it, moving it a few tiles, just take it and push it somewhere else, and then all the walls would have a bigger gap from the outside. And kind of the key of Fortress compared to Arena is that there's more open area, and it's easier to go around the outside and harass. You're not as safe gathering your wood line as you are in Arena. So look at the relics. We'll have kind of one to the southwest of each base for each player. Then 2 relics up here towards the middle, and then 1 in the top corner, a bit easier for Bad Koala. This one may be slightly closer to Beigu, but I'd say overall slight relic advantage for Bad Koala. And we see him indeed healing the scout up. And this is the standard Regicide settings. And so for whatever reason on Regicide, you start with 50 less stone than normal, and you start with 0 gold, but you have a ton of food and wood. So he's not doing loom because he doesn't have the gold for loom. And he's also using 1 villager to long distance mine stone. And he's going to collect 50 stones so that once he gets up to the castle age, he'll be able to do 2 town centers, or 2 additional town centers. So 100 stone per TC. And we'll see Beigu collecting gold, not collecting any stone yet. Is going to collect 168 gold, or 175, and then move his vills over to farms. What's it cost for the Italians to click up to the castle age? Do we see that in capture age? Well, they have the discounted, well, whatever it cost, must have been 170 then, because he had it. He had it perfectly timed, and then he's not going to collect any more gold. He's going to go collect wood, collect some food. I hope he remembers it's Regicide Fortress and that he needs to long distance mine the stone. So Bad Koala's king ungarrisoned voluntarily, and the king garrisoned inside the watchtower. Yeah, well, we know that on paper it's 15%. I've not seen how in practice that actually applies to the differences in hand cannoneer fights. We'll have a stable for Bad Koala. And a blacksmith there for Bad Koala too. So stable blacksmith indicates he probably wants some scouts to fight for relics. And Beigu, if he scouts that, ooh, 1 tile away from scouting it. Then he would at least know what the opening is. And Genoese crossbowmen themselves could be interesting for fighting for relics, but you will need quite a few of them just to make sure you can maybe sustain a conversion or 2 and still snipe off Castilier. King scouting ground, Beigu, unfortunately for him, has not actually found a relic yet. Bad Koala found 2 and is content with his scouting enough to keep his king in the tower. Let's check out his scout. Yeah, the scout, we saw it lure that boar earlier, it's back to full HP. Lons, Turs, hello Turs. Oh, Turs, would you potentially be at another event in Berlin this December? There might be some announcements soon. There's a tower getting some arrows on the scout as it runs past. Away Hidden Cup 2 confirmed. As a LAN in Berlin, I don't think T90 would host that. So Castle Age and indeed a monastery for Bad Koala. He'll have his scouts hoovering around trying to find relics and pick off monks. And it will just be 3 TCs for Beigu. Not gonna go fight over relics, not even queuing up any Genbos. Oh wait, gonna leave his king on the outside. That is, okay, that is risky if your opponent is going scouts to leave your king on the outside. Okay, Beigu. T90's fluent in German? Yeah, he must have learned a lot from casting Regicide Rumble. That's what I picked up. Okay, now there are a few Custilier out. They are ever so slightly faster than the king. Beigu. Is this a disaster in the making? Will the king get back? They're Custilier heading in the general vicinity of the king. Okay, he will get back. He took a hit earlier. That was, I think, riskier than he really would have wanted to do, but okay, he's safe. He's scouted more area where there were potentially relics. Hasn't found the relic near him though. It's ironically so close that he didn't see it. That scout from Bad Koala, now looking at Bad Koala's line of sight, does see it. The Bad Koala just missing 1 relic. Golds look slightly favorable to red. Yeah, I guess the extra gold spawning over here, whereas Koala's extra gold is in the middle. Also, this stone too. That's more towards the middle. This one's more towards red. So maybe relics slightly favoring Koala, other resources slightly favoring Beigu. Woodlines look pretty balanced as far as I can tell. Maybe slightly more for Beigu, but then I'm maybe discounting this one. This will be interesting. I think the matchup is very hard to win as Burgundians. Okay. So we're seeing a 4th TC, so Baigu's just gonna boom. He's not gonna go fast imp, he's gonna boom. And we'll have wheelbarrow on the way from his TC. Wheelbarrow on the way. Bill's being queued up. The Custilier head over towards that Genbo. Pick him off. I feel like it's Burgundian favored. I think Burgundians are going to struggle against the Genoese crossbowmen. I think they will. And they have to go skirms, but then the skirms miss their final armor. The Italians have full skirms. And then against hand cannoneers, Italians again, good archer civ, and they have the condottieri. And also cheap bombard cannons. Alright, no siege engineers for either civ, so the range will be the same, but extra damage for Burgundians and cheaper cannons for Italians. They get heavy scorpions? No they don't. Only normal scorpions. Same with Italians, so this is just a normal scorpion game. Let's see, what is this Discord ping I'm getting? Ah, it's Bazi again. Trying to figure out Zawal. And there we go, Custilier. Italians don't have any eco, but they have the age up bonuses. Right, they have the age up bonuses that are cheaper. And on a map like this, where you potentially could be going fast imp, that matters. Although, to be fair, with this fortress being the extra large fortress, doubt we'll see the fast imp, which is also why Beigu's doing the extra TCs. So 2 relics now for the Burgundians player. I think he's managed to snag a few more. Yeah, he grabbed that relic that was all the way in the south. And still, has he scouted? Yes, has scouted the one in the north. So this could potentially be 5 relics for the Burgundians player. And Burgundians with 5 relics, getting the food trickle along with gold, that feels pretty scary. Might want to build a back monastery for them. They let Ethiopian torsion engine SOs to hurt themselves. Oh yeah, they don't have the mid-range as the... team bonus anymore, right? It's the Vil line of sight. So, what unit could we see other than the Skirmisher for Bad Koala? Has to be better once the gold is gone? I guess so? I guess, and I mean, to be fair, there's not much gold on the map, right? So 4 relics and 5th should be taken. Well, whoever has 5 relics is probably better once gold is gone. Turs loves skirms. And indeed, the Italians will have the final armor upgrade for their skirms. As here comes some Genoese crossbowmen for Beigu. I'm going to push the skirms of Bad Koala. There are the units and skirms and scouts in this game. There are monks, Dirty Squirrel. There are monks. So skirms go down there. And more barracks there for Bad Koala. Condos, no condos, right? Let's get mangonels against the archers. You're probably not going to see mangonels here because of the bombard cannons for each civ. The extra attack for the Burgundians or the discount in cost for the Italians. So Loom on the way for Bad Koala. Score is still really close, but you're actually ahead in res over the Burgundians. Interesting to see that when we have 4 relics. And also the cheaper eco upgrades, but maybe it was just a prioritization in getting the TCs first for Beigu that led to that. I'll have Halib on the way. Just snipe archers with bombard cannons? Yes, indeed. That's what you want to do as Burgundians, I guess. And I hope we get to see I know people have been asking for Pyrotechnica all stream. This is our 3rd Italians game, but finally a land map, not a water map. And, well, it's the first trebuchet. The treb is out. For Bad Koala. Technia? Oh, is it pronounced differently? Oh, it is Pyrotechnia. Alright. Repair crew on the way. Vil's heading over to the castle. Trebs will be working as counter trebs. I'll try not to run into too much castle fire there. Ooh, dodging it. Treb's not really hitting anything. As long as both players repair, they should be okay for now. A few halbs out to defend the Trebs. Some light cav here for Beigu. Would think cannons here for picking off Trebs would be useful. No more Treb production there. Koala with the skirms picks off a Genoese crossbow. Beigu just outposts everywhere on the map, trying to maintain vision, trying to use his genvos to find if there's anywhere else Bad Koala is heading. And now 5 relics for Bad Koala. So 5 relics for the Burgundians. Now, what does Turs think about this matchup now if the Burgundians have 5 relics? I think that completely turns things around. There's got to be like a 20 to 30 villager advantage. And res collected is probably around like 12 or so, but just by saving then 12 population space, that's huge too. As he pushes the castle, Beigu's still at the score lead as the castle goes down. I mean, we'll have a huge eco lead at this point. Would have been fine if you went Condottieri. Now he's cooked. Skirms and javelins on the Genoese crossbowmen. Cannon's going for the Trebs. Treb goes down. And the Genbos are dying to skirms. And, well, once again, we're seeing the player who made more skirms be the player who's winning. As Bad Koala takes the score lead and continues pushing. He's down by 30 vils. But the relics help make up for a lot of that. Skirm's OP. He's going Hussars, but those will lose to the Halbs. Cannon's finally getting some skirms, and Beigu's actually up in KD. But just behind in momentum. As he'll be adding crop rotation. As he retakes the score lead, and Bad Koala will be going for a forward castle. Beigu playing the long game, trying to secure a castle on the stone and gold on the side. Bad Koala will be scouting there, paying attention to that part of the map. He is definitely behind on army production, 34 to 14. Inconceivable. Stable will be trebbed down. Oh, double kill on the cannons. Okay, okay. Beigu he's got some cannons now. The skirms are killed. And as Bad Koala runs out of skirms, now he's getting pushed back. Beigu making some of those cheap cannons. Is that mostly trash unit kills? Those are the most important units, though. Yes, it is indeed mostly trash unit kills. That's 4 trebs and 2 cannons. A good siege force from Bad Koala. Have guilds and blast furnace from Beigu. And the Beigu's line of sight. He's got outposts all over the place down here. Outposts all over here. Good scouting from Bad Koala, but doesn't see all of Beigu's map actively. Beigu, have to be careful about the Genoese crossbows. And right now there's no cav from Bad Koala, so nothing for the Genoese crossbowmen really to be countering. A lot of cannons now, deleting the wall so it's easier to micro. 7 cannons, starting to take out skirms. Stop calling them a trash unit, they're a treasure unit. And oh, okay, elite Genoese crossbowmen. I've probably seen them before. Okay, their shields are gold trimmed and a bit chunkier. Okay. Entire game depends on them nowadays. And okay, ooh, there's a raid, there's a Hussar raid from Beigu. And there's a hole in the wall. And wait a minute. How many Hussars does it take to destroy a Feudal Age watchtower? Are we actually at a point where Beigu, if he ran through that hole, could snipe off the king? At the same time he's pushing, And the Genoese crossbowman dealing with the Custodia. Treb's trying to deal with the crossbows, trying to hit the cannons. I get a couple of cannons. That castle's going down, though. The moment where you get guard tower to keep your king safe. Okay. No skirm, no problems as Beigu, who now is going for Genbo Hussar. Well, has the trash unit that counters the skirm. Yeah, right. As soon as Bad Koala's skirm number drops, Beigu's pushing. Now it's about 180 pop to 150. Beigu taking the lead and pushing. Castle going down to the cannons. Not enough skirms, yeah. I have a castle going up for Bad Koala. It is Pavisian. That is no longer a tech. That's just a bonus. Foot archers and condottieri +1 melee armor. That is a civ bonus now. The cannon's going for the castle. And Custodia run over. So yeah, it's been in since Dark Age, yes. I guess that's the way to think about it. Now the skirms getting hit by the cannons. Genoese crossbowmen destroying everything else, killing everything else. Now it's time to deploy trebs on the castle again. More cannons forward. Crossbows taking out halbs. Their tech now is Pyrotechnia, which gives hand cannoneers pass-through damage like scorpions, and increases their accuracy. Yeah, cannon gets hit, but tanks a shot. His micro does Genbos against castles like campaign AI, exactly as you say. Just like campaign AI. Being much more careful with his bombard cannons, but campaign AI for the Genbos. Is it good? I've never seen Pyrotechnia used, so whether or not it's good, I don't know. Maybe if he does it, we can find out. So there are some more raids. Beigu was taking that extra stone in the middle. A few Custodia find that, but Hussars go to save the Vils. Jimbo number is not the greatest now, 24 of them. Maybe that's still enough against small numbers of Custodia. Still relying on the cannons for picking off the skirms. But Jimbo Hussar Cannon feels like the combo now. It's like having chakrams, oh boy. Hello, Major Blazer. Cannon goes down. The other cannons go for the castle. The castle will go down. And Beigu's pushing. Alright, still looking for more Hussar raids. But now he's 200 pop. Koala's 170. Koala's stockpiling gold, but he's not making a gold unit. He's only making trash units. As the crossbows push in and the cannons take out the barracks. Push will continue. Cannons going for the castle. Plus so many Vils, those raids in the northeast. Beigu has killed 55 Vils. Koala's lost Vils. He was being raided here earlier, but that castle defends some of the farms. I do think it'd be safer to do the farms down here, but I guess he just wants the Vils wherever they're there. Oh, and the Hussars are in. The king's in that tower. Beigu, realize the king is in the tower. Beigu, look for the king. You have the numbers to snipe off a tower. You see there's no flag on the castle. You see there's a flag on the tower. Beigu, Beigu, go for it. No, don't run that way. Go for the tower. Go for the tower. Yeah, once again, no Scorp cannons. No Scorp, okay. The villagers here will die soon. And then the Hussars go for the tower, right? Right? Okay, yes, some are going for the tower. Okay, the king is in there. The king is in there. At the front, he's continuing to push. Nothing's stopping that. While his population has dropped. He's at capture rage. Thank you. Thank you. It's under attack. Koala, it's regicide. Remember, there's the king. There's the king. Has he noticed? He says GG. Oh, he says GG before the king dies. And Beigu does it. He does it. This is if this were a regicide rebel, he'd get $25. That counts. That counts. Purely accidental king kill. Well, at that point, it's 111 pop to 186. So there's nothing much you can do there. He's lost the game by that point already. That's 470 to 300 KD. More res. Faster uptiming, but it doesn't matter. And with 5 relics, the Burgundians can't actually push the Italians. Unit composition, even after a good early imp push, too strong for the Italians. King lives. He didn't want to die for his country. He needed to skirm harder. I guess he just didn't make enough skirms that game, but I think as we said, I did like the Italians' late game composition more. And Beigu kind of showing why. We'll have 1 regicide fortress. And they're going to get right into migration as the next map. Unable to find match and valid match ID. Alright, I got to restart my game. Give me a moment. I failed to find the game because they rehosted the game. Alright, we're all good. Back on migration. So migration, one of Koala's home maps. He has migration Nomad. Beigu will have Kawasan and Arabia. And also thank you, Mamute Usa, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And here we go on migration. So, spec delay. Okay. We are. And welcome to Migration, where we will have Beigu as the red Vikings to the west, and Bad Koala as the blue Dravidians to the east. Oh gosh, he has a little pond here. Imagine if he fish traps in that pond. That's okay, he can be shot from the ocean. That'd be great for like a Malay harbor defense though in the pond. Anyway, Dravidians, Vikings. Vikings with longboats. Ooh, we do have a pond here and fish trap here. Vikings will potentially have longboats, no fire galleys for them. This could be a matchup where the Dravidian player wants to go for the fast feudal transport for dock build. I think that could work out pretty well here. Vikings free, yeah, the Vikings have your free win. But I think that actually, like Dravidians or Byzantines, the forward docks for fires and feudal can be disrupted to the Vikings before the longboats can come out. Vitel's cooked. So you're getting pushed in there from Bad Koala. And Hagarda King, thank you very much for the sub. Love your commentary. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thanks for being here. And thank you for the sub. That'll help us out towards our Partner Plus goal at Tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. I think need to get to another 100 subs this month to maintain the 60-40 split this month and next month. So all those subs do help out a lot. So we won't see Therissidae versus longboats, and if we see Therissidae versus longboats, that would be great. I don't know what wins that. I think maybe the Therissidae. Maybe the longboats can stack enough that the Therissidae are bulky and immobile. And Degaust, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Again, appreciate all the support from you lovely, beautiful people. So 5 on wood, heavy on food. This feels like Bad Koala is going for a fast feudal build. And I think he has the same idea I do, that against Vikings, you go for the forward dock for the fires where they don't have their own fires, and you can disrupt them. And Beigu, maybe realizing Vikings against Dravidians is the matchup, he actually put his dock on the side and not forward. I wonder where the second dock goes if he splits them up. Because having the dock on the side means that when the forward docks come, the fires won't be immediately in your eco, you have a bit more room to run around. Oh gosh, I just looked at the chat and reread your comment as longboats. Oh, where you wrote longboats, instead I read it as long swords. And I was like, Therissidae versus long swords? Now that would be an epic unit composition. So both up to feudal. 21 vills, 3 fishing ships. Oh, and FM, thank you very much for the sub. Happy 20 months to the much less controversial Mr. West. Less controversial than what? What's the controversy? Well, hopefully we don't have controversy. Oh, the less controversial Mr. Okay. I thought you were doing an Age of Empires reference. Okay. Yeah. Kanye West I can only use for music videos now. Yeah, because T West was taken, and I needed a name that was available, and Kanye West was available. It was a joke many years ago, before he was as crazy as he is today. I haven't seen the two of us in the same room either. That is a good point. What does it even mean? Imperial Militia, take a good look at the name of my Twitter account. That should be linked beneath the stream. I think you'll figure it out. So a couple of water buffaloes picked up by Bad Koala as he is going galleys. So my entire thought process of he's going heavy on food, light on wood, to go fast up transport and forward dock. No, he's just doing standard galleys. Just doing standard galleys, and we'll have fletching on the way for Beigu. And galleys himself, defensive galleys, defending his fishing ships with galleys as he sends some others forward. 3 galleys, so it takes 2 volleys to destroy a fishing ship. 6 arrows in total to destroy it. So Dravidians with their carry capacity can get a lot of food from far away. And going for the Vil, no loom, no loom! Is there any point to preemptively make demos? Only if you would scout fires. On this map where galleys themselves are so prevalent, no. So fishing ship goes down. So Vil and a fishing ship getting picked off. Galleys can now try to sail away, maybe get one more fishing ship. On the other side, they're about to come forward, but intercepted by Bad Koala's galleys. And Pride Gaming 96, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. He stands for Tristan. No. Read that as Prime Gaming? Oh yeah. Imagine that. Prime Gaming subbing us. Is that even a channel? Probably is. It's based on your Amazon Prime accounts. Don't forget to use your Prime subs. Thank you, Dizzy. Imagine that, a channel called Prime Gaming, whose entire purpose was to have a bunch of people raid just to use their Prime subs. The channel would stream once a month and pick someone to raid. Well, thank you very much, Pride Gaming. Hope you had a lovely stream yourself. So, looks like Bad Koala with an advantage on the galley war there. Better start to the fight. Now he has the numbers. And we'll push the galleys back. Some red going around the top of the map. You can only stream on prime number days of the month. Okay. It's only on the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, 11th, 13th, 19th, 29th, and 31st. What tournament is this? This is the LingHe Cup. LingHe Cup is just is a tournament for Chinese players. And that is the, did I say 9? I didn't mean to say 9. I did say 9, didn't I? I meant to skip from 7 to 11, and I said 9 in between. I just counted the odd numbers. Is 23 a prime? Yes, and 23 a prime. I skipped 23, and the 23rd. And yeah, so 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 11th, 13th, 19th, 23rd, and 29th, and 31st, and 17th, and the 17th. There you go. That's a decent schedule. Yeah, it's a decent stream schedule. Very memorable. Says the guy who forgot them. I just tried to say them from memory without actually thinking about what the divisibility properties were. I feel like usually I do better than that, but maybe just doing it spontaneously while watching a game makes it harder. 9? No, 9's not prime. Why do people go galleys on migration? I mean, because you're so far apart, they're usually better than fires. And then you upgrade them to war galley. And it's all because of the distance. You think it's a Fire's FC map? If I ask Masty, he says it's the land map and I should just ignore the water. And so Castle Age is in for Bad Koala, but he's not going to do War Galley, he's just going to do Bodkin. He has a transport and he will land on the middle. And there go the vills, 5 villagers. Don't know if that changes these days with the garrison capacity increase. Maybe he just wants them there. And he'll go for a TC between the stone and the wood at the top. And there is Beigu up to the Castle Age himself, immediately doing War Galley, along with Bodkin. Live War Galley for Bad Koala, and a university. So no transport, no landing, he's just going to play full water. As the war galleys come down and the galleys scoot away. Full water and not going to land usually doesn't work. I've seen that too. I've seen an occasional game where you can go water while booming on your home island, and then just kind of try to like 2 TC boom into a fast imp and then castle drop Treb the middle. I have seen that work, but I think that's really hard to pull off. And you risk investing so much into the water while doing that that you can't get the timing right. Some monster trying to eat Blue's base. I was just engulfing it. The Masty method is to ignore water and hope your opponent messes up their eco. You can have backfish and fish boom on ranked, that's true. We did see that in that grunt game we casted the other day in the team game. He had a huge pond of backfish. And yeah, this Beigu, well, Baigu's just going to have to play on land with the War Galley now. So cheaper War Galleys as the Vikings. I think he would eventually win the water with this. But that'll be at the cost of not having the second TC on land. And we can see how the Vill count already starting to rise for Bad Koala, who we did manage to keep a few more fishing ships alive. Maybe he needs to get more vills to the middle. And as that fleet falls back, Beigu will come around the top with more ships and still look to disrupt the fishing economy if he can get there. Another dock for Bad Koala. He's going heavy on docks on both the mainland and the outside. Also, he's collecting relics. 2 relics so far. That monastery is there, and we'll have the monks ready to keep heading down, picking up more relics. 1 on the way. 2 he can see at the very edge of the map he's scattered with his ships, and then 1 he'll find here in the middle. These ships coming back over from Beigu will plug up the canal between all those docks. Just sit among them and shoot their arrows around. Bad Koala coming around on the other side. And we do have a landing. Finally, Beigu coming to the middle. And he will be doing a TC. That TC, you'll soon learn, is right next to Bad Koala. Bad Koala's base is right there. And any type of mangonel just leads to a push. Monks collecting relics. Romantic TCs. Well, they're not directly touching each other. There's a little bit of distance between them. Our guys all coming forward. So an accidentally TC dropped on migration? I've never actually seen that. Now that you mentioned it, though, kind of surprising I've never seen it. I guess usually you have scouting, and you don't TC intentionally right on top of each other. So Monk goes down with the relic on the shoreline. Drops it on top of the shallows. Another monk might have to try to pick it up soon. And still that 5th relic. All the way down there. As another monk goes down. So okay, Beigu at least sniping off some monks. Bad Koala getting his ship numbers up though, but Beigu clicking up to Imp. Clicking up to Imp, so that was kind of the strategy I was saying. You stay on your home island, you boom a bit, try to take the water, then go Imp. He's down by 14 eco. We'll see if you can maybe get a castle drop. No stone, though. And will be tricky if a mangonel comes out from Bad Koala. Won't be on a hill either if it goes up here, and the deer might be in the way. This is a huge blob of warships now. Bad Koala with 41 war galleys patrolling his own strait between his island and the mainland. Mangonel will be going for the TC. As Imp is on its way, almost in. Mangonel gets the kill, pops out, gets the kill. Mangonel goes for the TC. Why is Imp in this TC? Beigu, why is Imp in this TC? Oh my gosh, no, it should have been in this TC. You have so many more vills on the mainland for dropping your castle. No, no, Beigu, no. Even if you get Imp, it's the villager distribution. For the thrill, I'm sure. Mangonel will go down, as will some of the vills on the stone. Nice hit there. And Beigu now winning the water. Bracer on the way. Getting pushed back on the south a bit by Bad Koala. But once he gets Bracer and Chemistry, then he can maybe turn and fight. That is even if he needs to fight. So, Ville's having a party with each other on the hill. Hello, everyone. Bad Koala doesn't want to get castle dropped. So as the mangonel goes down, the deer will move off of the castle foundation, and Beigu will raise the castle right next to his TC. Another mangonel on the way out. That mangonel could disrupt the castle a bit if it comes out fast enough. And I think it will. Just enough. Castle will be more than 50% though. Goes up, has to be careful of the mangonel. The Vills will get it up. The Vills from Bad Koala thinking of rushing it down, but no, they have to run. Bad Koala close to clicking up to Imp himself, and he had better not put Imp in this TC, as there will be trebs popping out soon for Beigu. Is a Galleon a better upgrade than Bracer or Chemistry? So Bracer and Chemistry also apply to other things. So Bracer gives more range for the castle, and chemistry also would, well, for civs other than Vikings, unlock bombard cannons. So they're better from the perspective that if you also have arbs or skirms, then they affect those units too. Galleon, I think, probably gives a lot more HP to the war galleys. Right, because it's a bigger ship, you have more hit points on it. I think it goes to 165. So that itself might be better than Bracer and or Chemistry. I'm not sure if it... I think it also increases the range, but I'm not so sure about that. See if it happens. Okay, Galleon out here. Oh, Galleon, we won't see. That dock will be destroyed. Beigu's still looking pretty strong. And redoing Galleon in another dock. Those 4 relics going to be ejected as Bad Koala will be docking the south. He is up to Imp, doing Horse Collar, trying to regain some map control. Vikings pushing the ships down and away. We'll have another castle in the middle from Beigu, trying to secure more land. And Beigu's still down by 12 eco, but down in res collected, but ahead in map control. So look, 8 plus 4 versus 7 plus 2, so yeah, that's plus 1 attack. Plus 2 pierce armor. Now Treb going for the monastery. Has Bad Koala up to Imp, but 2 Trebs in the middle now. For Beigu. Buying wood. And there's Fast Fire. And hello, Chicho! How you doing? Looks GG. Feels like we're getting close to a GG point, maybe. Maybe one last chance for Bad Koala to upgrade all of his ships and push out on the water. There's still 40 galleys to 22, and this should still be a much larger navy for Beigu. Oh, what is that? Sailing? That's some pathing there, sailing behind the dock. Oh my gosh, imagine demos right here. Where are the demos, Bad Koala? Fish going down, everything needing to retreat. Castle on the land for Bad Koala, still trying to hold on. Does at least have the eco lead, but the villas themselves are equal. And more Trebs coming down. He's got just a couple of water buffalo back here. Why didn't he make a longboat switch? Because he was fighting galleys, and Vikings already have the cheaper galleys. So going war galley versus galley, still you kind of win as the Vikings, and it's probably slightly more cost efficient than the longboats are. Longboats themselves, I think, usually win against galleys, but maybe not as cost efficiently as Viking galleys do. And here's where the longboat switch would come in against the fires. It's against the fires where the longboats really would excel here. Now with the Treb is out, TC in the middle is being Trebbed for Bad Koala. The Drakars? You mean the longboats? I call them longboats like the game calls them. So, forward castle there for Beigu. This castle hit it. Okay, monastery getting Treb sniped from the back. Okay, cannon hitting Vills. Treb going forward. Go for the castle. Need a little go. Okay. Got a bit too close. I thought I might have right-clicked near the castle instead. A little door down there. Ajar. A door within a door. Cannon going for the Treb. Beigu needs to realize that and repair. He's trying to snipe the cannon. And he gets the cannon. What a Treb snipe on the cannon. You don't like the Viking castle? I feel like the Malay castle looks more like a Viking castle. I know some people say they like it. But I feel like in the absence of a full architecture set, the castle maybe looks out of place. That's what I feel about a lot of the castles. So on the water, he is now pushing back now in the air. There are the longboats. Longboats he's added in because he wants to deal with the fires that have been added. We also go elite longboat, but that'll be expensive. Also could use some more trebs. Also better repairs. Actually, bad Koala winning this treb fight. And kind of poorly executed from Beigu, not having the gold for trebs behind this. Really focusing on the water. And Vil count's still the same. Feels like maybe bad Koala's still in this game. Yeah, you also need the unique tech for the longboats, right? You need Boggs Vigar. The demo goes down, dock goes down. This demo will go down too, or this dock will go down too. So it's more water control for Beigu, but now Koala has some Arumi swordsmen. 2 trebs and some bombard cannons. That treb sitting in the doorway with the deer. You gotta be careful with your trebs now if you're Beigu. It should affect skirms, interesting. I guess skirms lost their thumb ring too for the Vikings. Doesn't affect them as much as it does other units, but still has a small effect. Cannon's going for the castle. Yep, this is why bombard cannon is huge on migration. Bombard cannons themselves stopped the treb push. And we still have half the island. Bad Koala. 3 relics though, and potentially 2 more. For Beigu, as he can go pick them up and bring them back. Viper pronounces it Bo's Wayar. Dave pronounces it Bob's Vinegar. I think Dave is right, as Bob's Vinegar. Bo's Wayar. That sounds like it's plausible. Bo's Wayar. Or Boz Wayar. Oh, another trip going down to the cannons. These cannons for Koala, they're pushing, they're pushing. We'll have crossbow on the way. We're gonna have a landing, maybe? I mean, no. that is a devastated wood line for Koala. The Vikings not get cannon galleons? They do, but it's kind of tricky to use cannon galleons. Like, you need a lot of map control. Maybe like a cannon galleon back here would be nice. Does he have chemistry? He should have chemistry now, yeah. You don't need an upgrade. Cannon galleons themselves also can die to trebs and cannons if you're not paying attention. So you could make some cannon galleons over here. Go for the castles from this side. I did research crossbows. Where are his crossbows? They're in the middle. There's a lot of ranges. The crossbows will be there to help against the cannons and against the Arumis. Newcastle getting some hits on the crossbows. Getting them down. Longboats and galleons coming forward. They'll go... Ooh, that dock on 65 hit points. Good to take that out if he notices. It stops some production. Last match is the last match I played myself, I think. Koala needs everyone's favorite unit now, the Skirm. Monks and Skirms. Now the trip going for the castle. It's like Koala is losing, but Koala is winning. Now if he can take out the castle, then he has Arbs. And now Arbs can kill a deer. Koala's trying to wall off. Well, Koala kind of getting pushed back from Beigu now. Now they're both kind of struggling in the middle, but that's a lot of galleons from Koala. That's a lot of galleons, now taking the gold out of play for Beigu. He secured those 2 relics. Honestly, a monastery at home and a landing to grab the relics could be nice. Yeah, Migration is an amazing map when you get good games on it. What is this? Beigu, looks like a seawall down there on the mini-map, as there's the line of ships on the south. Arbs going for the cannon. Cannon's kind of trapped. Oh, the Arbs, like a campaign AI, as someone said earlier, runs them into the castle. Maybe worth it to snipe off the cannon if that's a lot of dead Arbs. Alright, so now I ask you, chat, who is winning this game? Who is winning this game? Beigu still 113 vills, but there are those cannon galleons. Someone was asking for them earlier for the Dravidians. Do they get elite? They do potentially have elite, yes. Okay. The viewers are winning? Maybe, and we'll have... Where is it? Where is it? Do we have a cannon galleon here? Do we have elite? Where's the dock? Naval. Okay, no elite cannon galleon yet for the Vikings. And do they get siege engineers? They do. Okay, so that'll apply to their cannon galleons. And Dravidians do not. So Vikings would have the better cannon galleons in the long run. Need heavy demo. Alright, so capped ram push now. Trebs continuing to hit the outposts and the buildings. And Trebs going to deploy on the barracks. Trebs going for the range. Archers go down to the skirms. Cannon gets a shot in. And now cannons could get the Trebs. Ram gonna try to defend them. One Treb goes down. The Treb will get away. How do Thuristidae do versus longboats? I don't know. Someone asked that at the start and I have no idea. I've never seen it. Okay, Ram trying to push. Oh, we have the skirms. We have the best unit in the game from Koala, the skirms. Tur says that Thuristidae perform well against longboats. Okay. I'll trust Turs with experience on that. And Chad is winning. Race car driver, hello. Oh, that castle deleted by the looks of it. It's still stone. Myth unit versus normal boat. The myth units win that. There aren't not every Age of Mythology Civ even has good access to heroes for the water. I don't know how to deal with myth units on the water. You just wreck everything. I feel like Koala's winning this. I feel like Koala's winning this. If he'd stopped losing villagers, that is. I mean, if he had more than 65, is that enough for him to lose? But because he doesn't have more than 66 vills. Oh, this is half the eco. Beats the map control. Beat them pretty well, but cost effective wise, not a good trade. Okay. Herb goes down to skirms. Those galleons fighting up here. We're gonna have plate mail armor for Beigu as the Vikings. And berserks. Okay, it's berserk time. How do those do against a Rumi swordsman? I'd imagine the spin attack wrecks them, but then afterwards maybe they're better. I played catch this game. Taking turns throwing. Okay, Berserk's going down there. Cannon's keeping the rams back. After they get Wood Steel, it doesn't really matter. Okay, yeah, Wood Steel could be scary. And rams can't really deal with cannons. Cannons take out rams. Need to be fully garrisoned with siege ram and dodge. Beigu out of gold. He has one more gold here, but Koala could pressure that. Alright, the rest of his base does not have any gold on it. And on his home island, he doesn't have gold. So Bad Koala still has more gold access. He needs Siege Ram. Oh, he's got 49 on food. Maybe he could afford it. He's doing Dry Dock and Blast Furnace. He does still have 4 relics. I think a missed opportunity for Bad Koala to grab those 2 while they were on the coast earlier. Still could grab 1 if he really wanted to. And pushing the rams back. Blast Furnace on the way for Beigu as the Treb goes down. Workshop going down to the cannon. Skirms have to go for the Berserkers. And D's VG, thank you for the follow. Now we have 1,500 food. Now we're at Siege Ram food territory for Beigu. And even against the Skirms, you want Siege Ram for the hit points. Berserks are not elite? No, they're not. I don't know what the elite Berserk looks like. Oh, Beigu, do elite Berserk just so I can see the graphics. I haven't seen those yet. Skirm beats all, Skirm beats Ram. Yeah, Skirm beats Cannon. And Bad Koala has more Skirms right now. I mean, he's losing the water, maybe? Vikings, they have shipwright? No, they don't. Right, they don't. The Dravidians have access to it, but they haven't researched it. So Vikings just get their bonus, not like Koreans where the bonus stacks. And it is 20% in Imperial. And the fire is doing well here. These are not elite longboats. Only war galleys. Or they're only galleons. So not as good against the fires. And I feel like this is Bad Koala going to do it with the Skirms. I think he's going to do it. He's pushing. He's pushing. He's almost at the relics. And Cav, Viking, and Light Cav. Oh, there we go. Elite longboat. Okay, those look cool too. Does he have any? Yeah, we can take a look at those when that comes in. At least these are the right color for Eric the Red. Okay, and elite longboats have a little bit of gold on their tails, a little bit of gold on the shields. I like it. It's nice and subtle. I think this is one of the better elite unit upgrades in terms of looks. You see the front of the ship. The bow looks pretty cool. But Trebs are continuing to fight. Still up migration? Yes. Golden smiley faces on the shields. Is that gold on the... I mean, there is gold here for Koala. He does have a mining camp there, so he was taking it earlier. He knows it's there. And he also will get this gold access with the castle. So down goes that castle. And it looked really good for him when he was pushing on land, but with the bombard cannons, Bad Koala was able to stall out. Takes the score lead now. He's just dropping another forward castle. No more TCs on the mainland. That's a TC to, or that's a castle to knock him out of the game. There's the GG, and Koala ties it up 1-1. Back and forth game of migration. In the long run, the bombard cannons on land win it for the Dravidians, as Bad Koala has the better KD at the end, despite Beigu having a much better economy and more res collected. And that 5-6 minute window where he was up to imp, he pushed. But couldn't push enough. Can't believe he threw a win. You see to Goust. That's why it's not auto Vikings win on migrations every time. Alright, so that's Bad Koala winning his home map of migration. Now my ad count is going to be completely off. That's Dravidians over Vikings. That was a nice comeback game, yes. And as everyone said, Chad is winning for that game. And they're in the lobby again, so let me just do an ad to reset the pre-roll timer. I'm going to take a quick break myself in between the games. I'll be right back. Alright, the next map will be Kawasan, and DE has once again failed to download match content, so get your thanks DEs in the chat. Also, I've passed 10,000 hours in DE, played for 10,009 hours. Okay, we got the game restarted, and now we can hopefully load in, fingers crossed. Alright, and we've done it. We are in. Thank you, DE. And Bad Koala will be to the south, playing as the Blue Portuguese. Beigu will be to the north, playing as the... playing as the Red Japanese. Beigu will be to the north, playing as the Red... Okay, I just completely mixed that up. Let me do that again. Bad Koala will be to the south, playing as the Blue Japanese. And Beigu will be to the north, playing as the Red Portuguese. As always happens, Capture Age auto sets up the siding on the top, so that the player to the left is on the left of the UI, the player to the right is on the right of the UI, but they don't do it down here. So whenever I see a player in the south, I automatically go to read the thing that's down there, and I completely mess it up, as I just did. So, now we have both players docking the same pond. This is the 9 start Kawasan, so you dock right away, and it's sometimes kind of random if you dock the same pond or not. Here they did. We got Loom for Bad Koala. Japanese, the better fishing ships, of course. Portuguese, more HP on their warships, and they have the gold discount. Thanks, Capture Age. Capture Age is more the VRAM issues I'm having. I've realized that the VRAM issues seem to be when I zoom out, and that hypothesis is because of the mouse cursor lag I was getting. So I haven't had a crash because I haven't been zooming out. So my theory is just don't zoom out in Capture Age and maybe we'll be good. I've had other people seem to say the same thing to me. After their layoffs, I need to find if they have a new contact person for discussing issues with. The Feudal Age on the way for Bad Koala. Need more subs to get a better video card? I mean, I did just get a 5080. Unless I get a 5090, there's not much more I can do. I was like, yeah, Capture Age. If you saw some on one of their devs' Twitter, there he was laid off, and also the I don't know what to say, the tech support I was getting from Capture Age. That person also was laid off, and I've heard there were a few more layoffs there. Time to get a 5090 then. Nuclear Crypt with a wink. Well, if someone wants to donate, I'll happily get a 5090. For two 5090s, I get a playing PC and a streaming PC, each with a 5090. Chances are 32 gigabytes of VRAM still would crash. Kuda Bear, glad to make a contribution towards my new video card. Oh boy, well thank you very much for the sub. That'll, even more importantly, that'll contribute towards Partner Plus. And help us maintain the 60-40 revenue split. Is SLI even, that's the thing, I don't think SLI is even a thing anymore. Alright, so we're gonna have a forward men-at-arms rush from Bad Koala. He is up, he is pumping the militia, and Beigu is trying to wall towards his TC. The berries will be forward and denied by the men-at-arms. Maybe they could destroy a few houses, but I think that's the extent of their damage. They are mostly walled out. One more bit of walling there and he'll be fine. Might need to wall around the edge, but shouldn't cause much trouble. The gold in the back could be maybe a bit exposed. We get a bit more walling there. That was when I first built my PC. We had the Titans were the branding from NVIDIA. My first PC, which is... I still have components from that PC. I've just been swapping them in and out over the years. It was a 970. That lasted about a year before it died. And it was a 1080 Ti. Then I had a viewer send me a 3070 Ti. And I just upgraded from that to the 5080 so we can do AV1 encoding on YouTube. The 1690. This RTX Pro 6000 with 96 gigabytes of VRAM. We need that for capture age to cast this game from 1999. 5090 is living the life. So a defensive tower on the gold. So Bad Koala fighting on land. On water they seem to be fairly even still. One fire galley for each. And we're kind of going for the fishing ships rather than the fire ships. Portuguese with the extra hit points should win the fire versus fire war. But the fishing ships, they're so tanky for the Japanese, they could come in and block too. There is a T90, but that one has little to no VRAM. Is that actually a GPU name? T90 is named after the soccer cleats. Perhaps the GPU might be more content appropriate. So Vil going down. This is going to be a tower. So after Bad Koala saw Beigu did that defensive tower, he will go for his own tower just outside the range where his Vils will be safe. That tower might not go up though. Beigu gonna fight with Vils? This is hard. You gotta hold Alt and right click the Vil instead of the tower, and I think he misclicked and selected the tower. Tower will keep the Vils away. Minute Arms and Archer going down. It's pronounced like Beigu. Okay, so the E. Oh, like the way. Okay, Beigu. Okay, I got you now. I got you. That's the German-speaking part of me wanting to say the I when it's after the E like that. But Beigu, okay. So Vil's fighting the tower. This has been quite disruptive, but also at the same time, Beigu is winning the pond and winning the fishing battle. No one has redocked the other pond yet, although Koala has a Vil out there. Thinking about it. And after rushing the tower, the Vils will survive. So Bad Koala going for the forward range. I used to live in Berlin, like around 10 years ago. I had taken some German in as I was a child in school and spent a semester there in college. But I haven't spoken German in quite a long time. One day though, I'm going to do a German stream. Well, I need the practice. Skirms will fight the other skirms. Take each other out as the Man-at-Arms gets a swing in. Yep, mining camp. Vil's not going to finish it. They will be forced away. So both players now docking the other pond. We'll have a dock out there from Bad Koala, another dock from Beigu, or from Beigu. Now I gotta get used to pronouncing it correctly. And on the other pond, still a couple of fishing ships left for Beigu, but he's lost the fires now. And looks like Bad Koala, maybe with a repair Vil, has gotten the lead there. We'll have a market for Beigu, who still has the score lead, has managed to go for scouts. And we'll go scouts to try to fight the forward skirms. He'll pick off a forward Vil. 5-5 on the eco KD. Beigu actually ahead in KD. And a bit more idle eco for Bad Koala, actually, because of those forward tower Vils. Is there a Haigu? I think there's only a Beigu. So no fish left down here, and one fishing ship here for Beigu. Bad Koala going for the fires and then fish. Beigu just going for fish. And he hasn't scouted the dock. Neither player has. But I think that fire opening from Koala makes sense, just in case there is the dock. And in the middle for Beigu, who clicks up to the castle age first. All right, Beigu. Making this interesting. Rhymes with Wagyu beef. I've never heard of Wagyu beef. Expensive Japanese beef. It's Japanese grass-fed cows that are being massaged. I have an uncle who runs a cattle ranch in New Mexico. I'll have to tell him about the importance of massaging his cows. Alright, so lots of skirms here. Bad Koala still subscribing to the more skirms equal more wins theory. Means gazing to the north, bay equals north, goo equals looking. So our northward looking player is in the north, but I guess that means he's probably looking south because his opponent's to the south and you'd normally be looking that way, right? So fire is going down there. Maybe Vil will go down by the dock. Fires will force the Vil away. Fire getting the dock down here. Elite organs win versus feudal skirm, so they aren't that OP. That's true, we just need elite organ guns. So TC goes up and a few knights are out. Are these knights going to lose to the skirmishers though? A few spears there, and the answer is the knights are running back. Men-at-arms spears forcing the knights away. Knights maybe could clear the tower. What's the counter to 15 to 20 skirms? The July patch? No, then you'll only have like 12 to 17 skirms. I still think the reduced minimum range would be an interesting change to them. Tower goes down, and the TC takes it out. So now, is this the double pond domination from Bad Koala? Now that he opened with the fire over here, got the lead, and he'll take out that dock, and maintained with the fire down here, won this water. Demo gonna try to pop out of that dock. We'll see if the dock goes down first. Timing will be fairly close. See, over 50%, but I think the dock goes down. Yeah, it gets up to in the high 60s, and then the dock goes down just before 69%. You can see that spilled barrel of apples bobbing up and down on the water. So skirms take out the scout, another scout running around over here. Most likely a reference to the poem during the Song Dynasty. The poem is about the dire situation of northern nomads invading the south. Okay. That's why I like casting this. It's another region I get to learn about. And oh, what is this? What is this? The knights get through. There was a hole between the houses, and they're gonna get right on the wood line. Right on the wood line, or not the wood line, the gold, the mining camp of Bad Koala. They could get on the wood line. That's gonna force some quick walls up. Some wood line vills will die. Gold vills die. And all of a sudden, this is horrible. Absolutely horrible. For Bad Koala, he's got some pikemen out, but the knights are gonna get in, and they will kill even more vills in here. Pikemen coming around, vills have to delete and run. They can't run, there are too many vills. They have a traffic jam on top of each other. And the monk is coming over, so that's that. Now is a KD lead for Beigu with an eco KD too. He'll lose the knights. Well, that was a nice raid. 11 to 9 eco KD. Memba already playing Titanic. Well, we talked about players throwing and playing catch. That was a mistake there. Between those two houses, there was a hole there. For Bad Koala didn't check the walls he made. Villagers getting chopped into tiny pieces. And now it'll be Portuguese cav archers, which I think are hard counted by Japanese cav archers. But then Bad Koala would have to make his tech switch into them. Because of the +2 attack, I think Japanese cav archers just win against other cav archers. Pretty much no matter what. Are you able to play an audio file in Twitch chat? Now that would be horrifying if I actually heard my chat talking. Okay, knight. It's getting deleted there. Cav archers pushing, only feudal skirms. And some monks. So skirm, pikeman, monk out. Workshop for Bad Koala. Middle control taken here. But the relics are spread out. This is not that medieval masters Kawasan from DE. The relics are spaced out. It's only one relic from the middle there for Beigu. XOP. Hello, Yajur. How you doing? You know, there goes down. Makes it harder to recognize them. I agree. I do like the regional monks, but I feel like some of them are just like too stylized and don't look like monks enough. Some of them do, some of them don't. And in some ways, there's so much variety in the models that there's no common monk thing. Kind of how I feel about the, like, you know, you look at a house, and all the houses, even from different architecture sets, you can almost immediately tell they're houses. The only real problem there is that the African Kingdom's mill. The monks all look very different to the point where I don't think you can always tell they're monks. Okay, market wall, you're too greedy with the wall, has to be here. And market wall does not go up. Bad Koala, once again, cav archers in his eco running amok. They do not have ballistics. They do not have ballistics, but they will pick as many vills as they can. It's at least another 3 down. Nope, no ballistics hurts. No ballistics really hurts. Vills go down. I'll come forward for a house. And Bad Koala will call the GG. Beigu will go up 2-1. So Bad Koala with the men-at-arms, the back skirmishers, the tower on the gold, didn't apply enough pressure even with both pawns. And the faster up and middle control, 2025 meta of the Cav Archer rules for Beigu. Bad Koala's base, just he could not defend it. He kept having little holes here and there. And there he goes. This was indeed bad for Koala. GG. And now he finds himself... Bad Koala, I think, was the favorite, but he finds himself in a 1-2 hole, 73 to 41 KD. And that's 3k more res collected for Beigu. And 3-minute advantage in castle timing. He should also have lost the second game. Terry's not liking that migration outcome. So Beigu up 2-1. Winning Kawasan. So map. That was Portuguese. Over... That was Japanese, right? Over Japanese. Alright. This matchup, though, definitely was a bit hard. Oh, looks like OBS might have slightly disconnected for a moment, but it looks like we're stable again. Hopefully the stream's okay. We're back. Okay, we're back. Good. Twitch is fine. YouTube looks fine. Twitch, for some reason, couldn't run an ad for a moment when I tried to clear the pre-rolls, so we might just have pre-rolls during the game. Apologies if that happens. I'll try that again while we're in the spec delay, maybe? What's the spec delay? 1:30. Okay, do that. Alright, there we go. So it'll be Nomad, it'll be Bengalis for Bad Koala, and Woo for Beigu. Bengalis, we got a Bengalis fan. Alright, so we should be loading in any second now, and it will be Nomad, and then if we go to game 5, that will be on Arabia. I think Camel Scout could be given to other civs. I like stuff like that being kind of unique. I feel like when you make something that's unique for a civ, it's best to keep it there. Alright, so hopefully my internet's fine. Just had a brief outage, it would seem. So it will be Nomad. We'll have Bad Koala as the blue Bengalis, and Beigu as the red Woo. Beigu will be to the north, and Koala will be to the southwest. This will be the landlocked version of Nomad, so there is a bit of land stopping you from sailing all the way around. And then we'll have the dock on the eastern side for Beigu. Not too far away from the dock from Bad Koala, both docking on the side. The Woo will get a bit of food from that dock, plus 65 food. Oh, Woo with like a Dravidian's ally and a Viking's ally? Oh, they must have the smoothest Nomad start. I mean, just think about that. 65 food, and you're saving so much wood on the house and then the dock. Pumping that fishing ship out right away. You're chopping wood for more fishing ships. I'll have to try that sometime to see how smooth it feels. So they're pretty far apart, which maybe, just maybe, is a good thing if the Bengalis want to go, say, a mini boom into Rathas. How do Rathas do against Jin Swordsman? Elephant Archer went from mean to good unit. I feel like the Elephant Archer actually was a bit more appropriate for the Hindus or for the Indians as a unique unit. I kind of like the unique units being the power unit, and then the Ghulam just feels kind of like a weak unit. And now the Elephant Archers, I don't know, I feel like Elephant Archers are maybe a bit strong. It's just so much easy to amass them from the ranges and get a huge unkillable death ball. Yeah, I mean, the Ghulam is a fantastic unit for raiding because it's like very similar to an Eagle Warrior, right? I kind of liked the uniqueness, right? It's not like battle elephants themselves. Also, like for the Raja Civs, It's not like they're unbalanced, but I think they kind of take away from the uniqueness of the war elephant and having this massive, imposing unit from the castle. I also saw Elephant Archer unique unit played. It is definitely played. It's just like, you know, it's expensive. You never got it to, like, 1v1 Arabia Elephant Archers. But it was played definitely in team games. Get the right settings on like Arena or Black Forest, and Elephant Archers were really strong. And there's some Civ matchups too, like against the Britons, where you could get Elephant Archers, and they didn't have a great counter to it. Even skirmishers didn't deal with how much HP it had. So when I think of the Hindustanis, I think they're originally designed behind being kind of a really good late game Civ. And then swapping the elephant for the Ghulam kind of takes away from that a bit. Not easy to get to the point of full Elephant Archer, though. Depends on the settings, though. I feel like there are lots of like team game settings where like you're like a Dravidian or Bengali pocket on Arena, that it's pretty easy to get there. In a 1v1, yeah, then it's tricky to get to the fully upgraded Elite Elephant Archers. But there are a lot more settings than 1v1s. I think it's kind of interesting that the game can have units that are, you know, in some settings useless, in other settings really strong. That's a bit of variety to how you explore the tech tree with different civs. Give it another 10 years and Ballista Ellie will be a generic unit. Yeah, the Camaro will have the Ballista Ellie as a Scorpion replacement at the workshop. I know Ornlu did his Civ tier list videos, right? I think he always put like the Indians at the very bottom. I think I probably disagree with him about their original design. So that's a Beigu up to the feudal age. He will be up first, and we'll be going double dock galleys. No surprise there. The most jump the shark unit in AoE. Kuban TCs. I think that kind of jumped it. And that's not a unit itself, but it's kind of the kind of hit the point of you're just doing essentially an Age of Mythology bonus, which is the Atlantean TC bonus. That's where I think some of the more controversial bonuses came from, when they just added stuff from other games. Like, if you remember that DLC with the remember Burgundian's Vineyards or Sicilian Scutage? Those were very AoE 3 styled things, where Burgundian's Vineyards gave you that food to 50% gold swing. And I think it was the Portuguese in AoE 3 who could do their TCs in the Second Age too. So, galleys against fires. I still don't understand the fires on Nomad. The more I watch Nomad, the more I feel like if you're not going fast castle for fireship, galleys are just the play. Unless you're like docking in between each other. Because yeah, those two fires are down, and now the galleys can fall back, and when they fall back, you'll have 6 if not 8 galleys for the next fight. No fletching, and that's the only downside. He doesn't have fletching. That is one forward wall from a village that just happened to be out there. Alright. You're going for the forward wall. And does he have 3 fishing ships left? You just kind of block with them, run them away, and fight with the galleys. 6 galleys, he'll get a 7th out from there. And this one will be hard to group up with. And he's saving for the Castle Age. And I guess the question now is fletching or Castle Age. And look at his buildings. I don't think he has a second building yet. That makes me think blacksmith and fletching could be a good option. But he could also just try to market his way up. And here comes a demo. Here come 2 demos. And that's a lot of bunched up fires for the demos. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Beigu, if you find them. If he finds that, that'll be a great demo hit. Beigu, please see that. See that. Okay, he's selling them away. He's selling them away. So that wall's going up. We'll have a mining camp here for Beigu. You think flaming camels are the most ridiculous? So, is my internet dropping? Having a YouTube saying it's having some issues. YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Alright, let's hope that my internet isn't dropping. Had a brief drop there. I think we're fine though. I'm green and getting OBS. Hopefully my internet's okay. Haven't had problems in a while. Is the stream stuttering? Yeah, it'll probably stutter a bit. Let me know if it keeps having problems on YouTube. So, Koala up to the castle age. He is up first. So we'll have stone walls going up here for Beigu. And a demo raft on the way. It looks like should hopefully be cleared now. So galleys will be pushing the fires back. It was like 5 frames when I said it. All right. So galleys now. This is the good part of going for fire galleys on Nomad. You can turn them into fire ships, and this is where Bad Koala then can win the water. Took him a long time to get there though, and he's going for the castle drop. The castle will be directly on the stone walls, and it'll be triple barracks Jin swordsman. How do these things do versus the Rathas? We're gonna find out. We're going to find out. So maybe a bit of walling there would be good. You can see Beigu very easily could wall both sides. Actually wall fully here. And he's going to use the Jin swordsman to apply pressure, so he deletes his house. Guess that wall won't be useful now that this one will be breached. And he's just going to fight over here. Alright, and he'll go right through the houses. It's faster than auto farm. I think auto farm is well. They're supposed to fix the lag in the next patch, but if you have a laggy server, auto farm is actually quite slow. It's more just it's not like the APM of clicking, but the movement of the mouse that you save. So double monastery now for Bad Koala. And we going monks against the Jin swordsman. If he gets redemption and converts the barracks, that's going to be a huge problem for Beigu. and probably lead directly to game 5. So Doc over here going down. Knocking down a red outpost like you're playing William Wallace. Didn't improve a buff to the late game Gen Swordsman. I feel like this unit has been so strong it doesn't really need a buff. I see them pretty much every game from the Wu. I feel like in many ways it's just like a stronger, harder to counter Eagle Warrior. Doesn't have the conversion resistance, but other than that, all the pierce armor and then the higher HP pool makes it pretty insane. Monk wants some healing there. The Rathos look like they're winning this fight. The weak ones can always just pull back. Unlike that. Okay, maybe they're not winning the fight. Okay. Jin Swordsman taking a decent fight against the Rathas, honestly. And some more TCs and more booming for Bad Koala. He's pulling an eco lead now. But all the Jin Swordsmen are down now. And we're losing that fight. And I'll tie it up 2-2. And you see the military count there. I think that explains it. 1, the fires took Beigu off the water. Had a nice opening with the galleys, held for a while. But eventually the Castle Age fires did him in. And was just behind the boom with no army. Alright, so that'll tie it up 2-2. And for maps, it's Bad Koala winning Nomad, and that'll be game 5 on Arabia. So that's Bengalis over Wu. And this is Mongols versus Romans or Lithuanians? Mongols, Romans, the first Civ pick for both? That's one heck of an Arabia matchup there. And there they go. And so, Civ matchup. 45 seconds and we'll be in. Mongols for Bad Koala and Romans for Beigu. Gotta be Mongols. Oh, it is Mongols. So, Drill Scorpion versus Roman Scorpions. I guess Ming Siege Onager should be pretty good if we get there, but that's always a big if in a 1v1. And Mangudai versus Roman Scorpions. Maybe they just need Mangudai. But then the Romans make skirms, and we all know how good skirms are. Lithuanians would be better against Mongols. I guess they'd have better skirms, right? An error occurred while trying to start the game. File not found. LH Arabia. Do I need to subscribe to that LH mod? Let's try subbing to the map pack. Alright, get your thanks DEs in the chat again. Alright, this time it worked. Should have done that before the spec delay was finished. I think Lithuanians are really good against Mongols. Okay, interesting. I think outside of their skirmishers, Lithuanians struggle. But that's maybe a big outside because their skirmishers are great. So we'll have some Vils go into the chickens on the outside. And Vils to the chickens too. So chicken version of Arabia. And by the looks of it, it is a 2 woodline version of Arabia. Woodlines are fairly chunky-ish. Not even that big, like 70 trees each. And 2 woodlines per player. Both forward for both players. Forward gold for bad Koala. Mill in the back. Good luck wall in that. There's nothing nearby. So he just took the chickens and he didn't even bother to mill them. So Mongols, I'm sure, would much rather prefer to have deer to push. He's just going to be long distance taking chickens now. Yeah, at some point I'll need to update the background music and probably add some more tracks to it, because I know it loops quite often during a long stream. There's feudal for Beigu. A feudal for bad Koala. Mongols will be up first. So that's 18 pop with loom versus 20 pop no loom. Is he a fish boomer? He does have a pond. You're right. Now that does kind of slow down the speed of the Mongols though if you go for the fish boom. Existence of bad Koala implies an existence of a good Koala. Maybe it's just bad and worse. There's our archery range and palisade for bad Koala. Scout hits the Vil. And no loom, no loom. Punished for no loom. One more hit. Ooh, losing the scout. No loom. No problem. Scout goes down. Bad Koala getting greedy. Tries to snipe the Vil. Doesn't work. And that Vil can just go on a farm now. And have an archery range going up now for Beigu. Scout on the hill in the back. Bad Koala gonna wall up. And Bad Koala, Mongols, but going straight for archers. It'll be a spear plus 2 archers. Not gonna open scouts. Mining camp on the gold. So 18 pop straight for archers. 1 range. Spear keeps the scout away. And immediate skirm opening. Scouting that range is Beigu, who goes for skirmishers. Right, so very 2025 game. Skirmishers right away. Should have phosphorued. Should have gone double FC, double workshop scorpions. Bleed damage feudal scouts? Oh gosh, don't scare me like that. The Vil builds a gate. And then farm by the TC. Ooh, was kind of hoping the scout would pick that off, but that's good, that's good. It's more suited to Pokemon than AoE.
Tibi Servio.
Fitting bad.
Social sans. Timo.
So Archer coming back, still a long distance taking the chickens. We'll see if the army converges on those vills. The vills just gonna run back to the TC. They finished the chicken at just the right time. And they'll be safe from the archers. On the other side, a stable as a back wall for Koala. Might be awkward to get the scouts forward, but we'll be as the back wall. Thunder attack skirmisher? Isn't that what they already do?
Beijing. Timo.
Salve.
Skirm's gonna run around to the back, find a spear, find some archers.
Impera.
Archers will pick a Vill. Down she goes
Social
as
sans.
the skirms come out. Top bonuses along with the Viking free wheelbarrow and handcart. That's a pretty good one.
Timo.
Tibi Servio. Prontus.
Free wheelbarrow and handcart probably have fallen off a lot though. I just compare it to some of the new eco bonuses. If you gave each skirmisher a Cobra car, I might nerf them a bit.
Beijing.
They wouldn't have the same attack bonuses, right? Melee Chuko new attacks 5 times. Interesting. They'll have Castle Age on the way for Beigu. So the scout goes for the archer, and another scout comes out from behind. Forces that away. There's a lot of houses on the hill. I'll be deleted. So houses back here is another attempt at a wall. That doesn't go up in time. Scouts are going to get in. Skirms will come over. And if the Vills can fight the scouts and the Skirms can fight the archers, maybe this is okay. That wall probably wants to trap the scouts. No, it doesn't. The archer's going down to the Skirms. And Beigu just Skirm defending on his way up, trying to wall to keep himself safe as he makes a stable. Spear coming forward. And then as Romans, looks like he probably wants Knight Elite Skirm if he's adding in the stable. And those scouts, they didn't actually see the stable, despite it attempted as a quick wall against them. So Skirms take out the archer.
Timo.
Skirms defending from the raid. Score is really close. Bad Koala not up yet, and it's going to be a workshop for Beigu. And it's time to get some Roman Scorpions. Alright, so Knights, Spears, Skirms, and Scorpions. Mongols, remember they have Steppies, they have Knights, they have Camels, they have good light cav with extra hit points. Very good stable now once they get up. So Roman Spears with extra armor might be quite useful. Oh, thank you on YouTube, OCanDY for the membership. Thank you very much, appreciate the membership. Welcome to the Paladin level.
Timo.
So Bosaw on the way for Beigu. As the Scorpions start coming forward, let's go Scorpions. We already have double crossbow. What about like
Kawasan's
Chuko new Scorpion? That just machine gun several bolts in a row.
Timo.
So Skirm's chasing the archers as the scouts run around. If the knight's not there, you might be able to jump the skirms. Ooh, we have a pause. We have a pause. Don't see anything in the chat. Oh, but a quick 14. Quick 14. And quadruple crossbow.
Beigu.
Knights fight the scouts. Scouts knock down the knights. Enjoying good games on YouTube? Oh, thank you very much.
Kawasan's
So knights will get to the archers, get to the scouts. I'm still learning how YouTube works and how the memberships work. So a couple knights attacking the walls, but full walls here for bad Koala. Beigu going to attack with the Scorpions, but the Scorpions will run into a Step Lancer. And it is now Step Lancer time for the Mongols. So Scorpions are trying to raid, but all of them will go down to the Step Lancers. Nothing that's gonna work there. They go down. On the back, the scouts still hoovering around, trying to avoid the knights. Like, it shoots out, like, multiple bolts? There are custom scenarios who have stuff like that, right? Oh my gosh, I swear I've seen that before. The Scorpion with, like, 5 bolts that shoot out in multiple directions. That's like one of those custom boss battles that you gotta dodge. Oh my gosh, I have seen that before. 10 times Civ Scorpions are great. So our Roman Knights trying to fight these Step Lancers off. Now, Beigu does have a Vil lead, does have the second TC added. They'll have a workshop for Koala, as he's just trying to amass more Step Lancers. Skirms take out the monk, Skirms OP. It's just the war chariot. You're right, we have the war chariot. We do already have the machine gun Scorpion. So Knight goes for the Steppies. Scorpions go for the monk, and we'll try to take the Steppies out. So now the question comes, how do you defend these Scorpions from repeated Step Lancers? If your army is all over here, attempted forward workshop for Beigu picked off. Step Lancer is going to kill a lot of this army. A couple of conversions might come in. The Scorpion's not in position, and they will be dead soon. They'll be dead, destroyed, deconstructed. Mangonel shot even taking him out too. And that was a great couple engagements from Bad Koala. Just amassing the Step Lancers and waiting for the right moment to take a fight. Picks off a monk, picks off another Step Lancer. And still feels going for that workshop in the middle. Even if it goes up, what's it going to make? So Vil getting poked down. Monk wants a conversion. So wheelbarrow on the way. Alivant, unalived. That's the attempt to get around the word kill in algorithm censorship by using the word unalive. Okay, Mangonel helping against the Knights. Feels like a good push from Koala now. Down by 10 Vils, but he's 1 TC pushing. Siege units need more range. Mangonels and Scorpions had more range. And it does feel like maybe, even though Scorpions have ballistics, maybe the Mangonels could use a buff these days. They're definitely less strong against crossbows and skirms than they used to be with micro. So here come the Steppies. Beigu still trying to wall, but Steppies are a problem. That workshop not completed. And now the monastery is at the front, threatened by the Steppies. Monks pop out just to be killed. Monk gonna try to make it to the TC. Conversion there. And he does make it. Does just make it. But now these buildings are exposed, especially as the siege runs forward, or rolls forward. 1TC pushing the Romans feels like asking to get destroyed and res collected. Well, you are right about that. It is. But he also has a nice KD to help make up for that. And he now will be adding in his second town center. I also heard the suggestion of speeding up the Mangonel projectiles. Now that everyone can dodge better. Speed it up to make the splitting more difficult. So, Step Lancers and the Camel will help demolish the monastery. Monks still looking for conversions. Romans won't have Sanctity. Yep, no Sanctity in their tech tree.
Salve. Tibi Servio.
Is there TC arrows? This is. I'll have to finally get around to doing this experiment. Maybe tomorrow I just won't stream and I'll just spend it doing YouTube videos. But the TC arrows thing, I swear that arrows in DE just don't hit units as well as they did in the original game. And I should do some comparison tests. I don't know if it's the TC arrows that need to change or just the actual collision range system. So, TC besieged by Bad Koala, but behind this, Beigu is booming. He is booming. He's got 20 extra vills. He is collecting stone. He soon will get a castle. He is housed. He's housed badly. Lost the Mangonella, might lose that TC soon. That's going to push him off the gold, but he does have more gold access, 2 golds in the back. Steppy's going to run around the back of the back, though, and they're going to get a raid on that stone, and that raid will come in before the castle stone is collected. Yeah, that's the thing, it's making the arrows bigger and faster, but I think that might just be, I have a suspicion that it's just a workaround for, like a band-aid instead of actually fixing the real solution. That is curing the symptom rather than the disease. That's the appropriate figure of speech.
Salve.
With thermal tracked, I mean, they weren't Age 4 homing missiles, but I feel like they definitely hit better. I haven't tested anything in the patch other than the map scripting changes destroyed integer arithmetic. I read that too, Turs, that there's a bug in the update preview where castles under construction can shoot arrows, which sounds absolutely hilarious. I should make a video about that. Okay, so big Mangonel push, but the castle kind of stalls that out. Bad Koala, though, I think it was a great decision from him to add that extra TC behind the push, because now he's just about caught up in villagers. There's no military for Beigu, and Beigu's going to lose even more vills. Even under that castle, he doesn't have much safety. His base is so open in the rear that the steppe lancers could just come around the back and hit the mill. This painful workshop in the middle never was deleted. That's just a bit of wood he hasn't gotten. Make Michi the only map so no one can dive under the TC. And, ooh, Manganello's killed quite a few vills there. More vills going down.
Prontos.
So Squire is there on the way for Beigu. And it's now 27-1 Eco KD. And he's actually down in vills now. And Res collected closing. There's pressure from Koala.
Impera.
Getting into the eco. These farms are so exposed out here. And this is the downside of that 2 wood line Arabia map. Right from the start. You notice there are 2 wood lines. So the back is hard to wall, and Cav will just keep hoovering around and around and around. Even this gold that's in the back corner isn't safe because it's so impossible to wall this area of the map. Going for the vills. Taking out the vills. Vills going down. Okay, 40 to 2 KD. 41 to 2. Centurion out. I don't think 1 Centurion will be enough to stem the tide of all of these steppe lancers. Oh, there's a forward castle. That's a get out of this series castle from Bad Koala.
Salve.
Trying to knock Beigu out of the tournament. This is the lower bracket. This is the last game for whoever loses. So this will be the final nail in the coffin. Well, Monk gets 1 conversion. That's about it. Pikeman there will probably just lose to the steppies if they fight. Hope he wants to fight in the presence of the archers. Monk's 1 conversions. Maybe some healing. Using the hill.
Salve.
Tibi Servio.
Our farm's spaced out. Some chickens still left over. All the Mongols gotta take their hunt. Anal goes for the pikes. Pikes go down. And Soxy, thank you Soxy for the raid. You're about to see a bunch of villagers get massacred by steppe lancers, or a GG get called. As Bad Koala takes it 3 to 2. And look at that, 142 to 51. There's a time Beigu was up by 20 plus villagers, but wasn't committing to the military like the 1 TC push of Bad Koala was. That's a 4-minute difference in castle timing. Went up really quickly. It's not like he was even there going straight for a FC, who just went up fast. And Beigu just went for steppies. Played 2 hours. Hello, hot mitts. Alright. So that then will be it for the LingHe Cup today. Quite a long set today. That's a 3 to 2 win for Bad Koala. As Beigu did come close, but he will be knocked out. That's the very first picked Romans losing to the Mongols on Arabia. So thank you all on YouTube for watching. I'm gonna keep going on Twitch because I have a sponsored segment to do. But that'll be it. I'm gonna end the YouTube stream there. And I might be back tomorrow. I might spend tomorrow doing YouTube editing. Not entirely sure, but I will be casting more of the LingHe Cup and more. This weekend there'll be Nations Cup show matches, and I'm probably gonna try to fit in the Cartographers Community League finals too at the end of the week. So lots of stuff coming up the next few days. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you later.